generation destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
How the heck is everybody doing today? Trying to work on some things here. I guess I was getting things loaded up here, and gonna be switching gears here, almost in the literal sense, I guess, as far as what I've normally been going over Spline Design Studios Saturday. Getting back into NASCAR Racing 2003. Had some conversation with Torch out there in chat to be able to remedy some of the issues that may need to be fixed, I guess, on his latest Dover build there. So it's what I've been getting put together here. What I was trying to get, one of the things I always have a problem with as far as to get the camera control master that works with NASCAR Racing 2003 season to get that to load. Don't know if I'm able to get that loaded, you know, as far as to get it to attach, I guess, to the sim. So I was hoping to be able to use that. So whether or not it does tend to come around as I do this, so it's still yet to be seen. So but yeah, that's going to be the premise for what we go over in today's rendition of Spline Design Studios Saturdays, getting back to somewhat of our roots here with NASCAR Racing 2003. I hope everybody's having a great Saturday. It's been a fantastic day here so far. Definitely made sure I got out there and got my daily dose of vitamin D. Plenty of sun out there today. Very low clouds and all that good stuff. So hope everyone out there, all of y'all, has been able to do the same thing. Okay. Go ahead and bring this over. So one of the initial things I got going there, so I do have the wheel overlay and all that stuff, so we probably will be going in and out of the simulation probably several different times to try some things out here. So that's why I've got that up there. So I think the wheel, is that working? Yeah, it is working. So there's the accelerator, there's the brake, and the wheel. Cool. So that is working. I've also found use, I guess, for that overlay, I guess, in Wreckfest. I did try that out there. I had it loaded into that scene, I guess, for Wreckfest on Wednesdays a little bit differently than I do here, so made sure to change that. Man, y'all getting really close on the slots there, I'm telling you. Y'all missing it by one. That's crazy. Yeah, both Torch and Torch missed one robot. James missed it by one. Shav is also missing it by one. That's crazy. We'll have to keep an eye on that bot and make sure that we keep him in line, that's for sure. Nice to hear. It's 80, low humidity. Yeah, that's about where we're at too, I believe, there, Torch. So yeah, it was good to get out there earlier in the day and be able to get that daily dose of vitamin D, do some little bit of chores out there. And now I'm ready to just sit down, relax, and we're gonna get into some editing, track editing here. Torch's Dover build, I guess, for the NASCAR Racing 2003 simulation here. So, got the track loaded up in here, and as I said, I did have a bit of a combo, I guess, with Torch prior to the start of stream here, to kind of go over, I guess, some of the areas that might need to be addressed. to kind of remedy, I guess, the problems that may exist with the track. So, you went and bought a car. Old bow tie let me down. Oh, really? Oh, so are we talking about? Oh my goodness, what was that car's name? You have to remind me there, James. Did you have to get rid of the HHR? Is that what it was? I know you've been having a lot of issues with that car. So, what kind of car did we buy? Yeah, Woody. Thank you. I was like, I had it on the tip. It was right there. I can picture it and all that stuff, but I just couldn't quite get it out there. So we had to get rid of Woody. What did we end up getting there? What did we end up getting? Did you end up going with another Toyota? A Toyota? I know that's been your biggest beef, I guess, with the way some bow ties are built in this day and age. They're not quite like they used to be. So you got a 98 Hondo. So what is being traded for a radio for the 2012 CRV? Oh, so a Hondo? You're getting a Hondo CRV? Yeah, those are nice cars. Nice vehicle. Now, CRV, I'm trying to remember. That's the crossover. I'm trying to picture that. That's like a crossover US SUV type of thing. I know there's a couple of different people that I know that have that model there. And those get pretty damn good gas mileage, to be honest. Lots of miles. Small SUV. Right. All-wheel drive. Cool. I think I can picture that. Got a rough idea. Well, at least you got yourself what you consider to be, I guess, a reliable vehicle. Shouldn't have to worry, hopefully, too much more, I guess, as far as with all the problems as you were with Woody there. RAV4. Yeah, I guess that's what I was thinking of too. RAV4 or the Kia Sportage. I think that's another one I think of too. There's a couple of people that I know that have a Kia Sportage. Really nice vehicles as far as if you're into that type of thing. Not really my cup of tea, but that's just me. But yeah, just realizing that you've had plenty of problems, I guess, with Woody there. Just an overall design of that being a Chevy vehicle, I guess, as far as like that, it's just too bad. As far as much time and effort that you guys had to put into that vehicle, that it's still gave you all those problems. Yeah, it's a good thing you got that taken care of. Clip-on ties, yeah. That's probably one way to put it, Torch. I mean, as far as now, when you get into like the higher end Chevys, like the Corvette, Camaro, and things like that, but as far as like a lot of their other vehicles, anything besides that, they're just not as high quality at all. Whoa, there it goes. I guess that works. Got the maximum amount of fluids, I guess, on playing a jackpot, so that didn't take too long. In fact, you got the two. You had gotten the two, I guess, initially to start a stream there. That's crazy. That's insane. I'm surprised that even the bot even. So let's see how that works, I guess, for anybody else that tends to use the slots. Torch might end up breaking it there now. Yeah, definitely all the heck yes. Got the win, field goal, hell yeah. That's good stuff. That's a good feeling. So that's 1,000 units of fluid. That's the most you can get on the slots, to be honest. So, yeah, I've got it. The track is loaded up in here. And as I was saying, I did have a bit of a convo, I guess, with Torch prior to the start of the stream as far as some areas that might need to be addressed about the track. Right now, this is loaded in full race mode. Let me put this back in geometry here. And one of the things that I was going over with Torch was just the fact that there are some frame rate issues even in the slew mode. I guess when you navigate the track this way. I think that's a continuance, I guess, from the last time there. You know, this is not a discount at all, I guess, as far as the support to get there, but I know you already done that once there, so you probably got the share thing in the chat there, so you're just doing that. You're doing the due diligence there. But yeah, that 21 months, that I still got that in my activity list there as far as you already did that. So that's probably just a lapse in the monthly subscriptions, I guess, to the channel. So if you're getting that little share thing in there, it may not necessarily be a legit sub. You're just sharing that the fact that it is your 21 months. So yeah, definitely appreciate that though. But understand, I guess, as far as that's not necessarily. Now, this says it was on Twitch Prime. That's interesting. I did come across there. But I do have another one in here. That's back on... let me see. How many days is that? Hold on. Let me just get this here. It is showing another one in here. That was... So that might have been the shared one. Yeah, see, what's really goofy with the Twitch... as far as how it's, you share that experience as far as having it come alert across the stream. It's very different, I guess, as far as when you actually physically, apply it. So it's kind of hard to tell. So it does show you in the overlay. That's another good clue. In the bottom of the overlay there, it does show you as the latest there. So that's probably legit. All right. So again, appreciate you, James. 21 months though. Holy crap. I know you've been following the stream for sure. I guess for longer than that though. I think I've got the followage in here. Let's see if that was up. So the exclamation point follow age, I think that works. I know for me it's because it's going to show it for me. See, that's my old name actually. So that's funny. So yeah, the fact that I did do a name change on there, it's still holding on to my previous name there. But if you do that exclamation point follow age, all one word, it should show how long you've been following the channel. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you know what? I bet you I know why it's doing it, because I switched the bot roles. That's what it is. So let me see if I can change that really quick. I think it'll let me do that. Yeah. So because I've got my streamer name, I guess, as the actual bot per se, that's why a lot of these commands like that. That's specific to the bot. That's probably why it's doing that. Yeah. So let me see here. I'm gonna see if I can adjust that here really quick. Commands. Yeah. So the way this is designed, let me see if this will. Okay. This is what I need to change. All right, hold on. This should take just a second. So let's do this. This I should be able to fix. So let's do that. Okay, and submit. Cool. So let me try it this way. I'll test it out first, and then you can follow suit if you want, if you so care to want to. Okay, so I can't. Okay, never mind. So it won't do it for me. There we go. So Chavez, he's got 4 months and 1 week. That sounds about right. I guess it's based on the amount of subscriptions I got for that. You had a 2-month streak going on there, but you're on your 4th month, I guess, as far as it. Appreciate that there as well, there, Chavez. But yeah, that should work now. It won't do it for me because that's on my own channel. That's fair. I can't follow myself. I am my own self. So all right, so that seems. I think that's probably working. I think Chavez, thanks for testing that out. Cool. So that anybody should be able to use that now as far as that command. That should show. So yeah, Torch has got 2 years and 7 months, and you're one of the founders, that's for sure. 13 months. It shows you as far as subbing to the channel. So that's again. Yep, this kind of shows that. That's cool. I follow my own advice. Yeah, it could be. Even that may even go for me as well. Follow my own advice. So anyway, I guess that's fixed now. So that's good to get that command up to date. Alrighty then. Yeah. So as I was saying, as you navigate around this track, and this is in full race mode. In fact, I'm not noticing as much. Do I got it up? Let me see if I got it in full race mode. It should be in full race mode. Because I was noticing a lot of frame drop when I was showing. It might have been because I was streaming that in the Discord there too. There, Torch. It could be. That's very possible. Oh, I need to check this out too. Check. Yeah, so this is the late. If you haven't gotten this, James, Torch got this sent me. The latest rendition, I guess, of the track. Now, I've been able to get it in the game, and I was able to do a 5% race. It did crash, and this is what I was talking to Torch about as far as some of the things that would have to be optimized with it. But yeah, I'm almost tending to think that part of the reason why it was stuttering like it was when I was showing you Torch is because I was trying to stream that in Discord. Because as it stands right now, I'm not really getting any issue. Let me check and make sure I'm in the full race mode here, though. Let's check this out. There are definitely some things that probably need to be adjusted, though, that's for sure. Because that crash to desktop, that's a thing. That is definitely a thing. State variable, weekend. Let's put this on 2. Just to make sure everything's loaded. Looks like everything is loaded. Cool. Yep, so far I'm not getting any drops. Yeah, so I'm almost starting to wonder if that might have been more of an issue as far as when it was dropping as much as it was when we were doing it, when I was trying to stream that in the Discord screen share. I find that kind of odd, actually, but that still doesn't mean that we don't need to adjust some of these models and textures or whatever to accommodate it not crashing in the game. Yeah. So that's something we wanted to definitely address. Now, some of the things that we did point out is like these haulers. We probably don't need these particular ones. You know, I showed the number of polys that are in those. I feel this might be a little tad bit loud. I'm gonna turn that down just a tad. There we go. Let's turn that down just a tad. I feel like I'm talking over top of that. Okay. There we go. 10 frames. Do you have the latest version there, James from Torch? This latest version, he's got one that's dated. In fact, I got this opened up here, so that should be dated 8/7 of 2020. That's the latest one. I just got that one from him the other day there. Okay. There we go. So, if we don't have the latest version, that might be... what he's saying, it's okay, so you did get you one there. So, I didn't have any problems so much with the frame rates in the game, right? But I was only able to get, and it's random, depending on which mod I'm using and how many laps, but it seems to be somewhat random as far as like when it wants to do crash a desktop. And I mean, it's just a full-on just game just crashes, period. I mean, it's just, so that's usually related to there being, you know, either too high density or too high definition of textures and or models in the track, I guess, that are a little bit too beefy. That's usually the cause of that. So this is what we want to go over, I guess, to try and remedy, I guess, some of the things that might need. Now, one of the things that I did go over with Torch in our little convo there was one of the things that could definitely be toned down if I go back into object view is this transporter right here that transports these track dryers. And as nice as they are, they probably don't need this much detail as they do. And primarily, like in the, you know, in the tires and all that stuff, there's a lot of definition and 3D to it, but it probably doesn't need to be like that, especially considering, you know, just where they're at, where they're located. You're not really going to see all that detail. I find it really cool, I guess, that we've used the, I don't know if these are the shared campers, whatever like that, but it's got the campers that we did there. It's pretty cool. Right. Well, the approach that I took with Torch there, James, was what I suggested was to take out some of the more common ones. Like I would take this out of the track, and along with some select other models, and just see which one which one exactly does need to be addressed. So like if we were to take this one out, you know, probably do one at a time. I'm probably going to go ahead and take out these team haulers, say for example. Was it these here? Yeah. So these team haulers, I would take these out, as well as this hauler here in the infield, for example, for starters, and see if it eliminates the crash to desktop. So if it does, then we know we're going in the right direction, I guess, as far as what items do need to be addressed. But that's another way to go about it if you want to delete all the objects in the track. I already, he and I already went over, I guess, the fact that it's not geometry related as far as the crash of desktop. So it is definitely confirmed that it is related to either one or more of the objects in the track. So, see, that's what I was getting when I was streaming with him earlier in the Discord, but it doesn't seem to be doing that right now for some reason. It was dropping like quite a bit. It's not dropping nearly as much as it was, and I think it's somewhat of a product, I guess, is trying to stream it within. So let me see if I can turn a second here. So yeah, we do know it's object related. That's bottom line. It's just a matter of which ones do we need to specifically focus on. It's definitely not anything with the foam as far as the safer foam. Those are pretty optimized. Those are based on models that we've used in plenty of other tracks that we've built. So that we can confirm. But the fact that if I go all the way around this thing, even if I spin around, I don't see any drops at this point. Now, the fact it could have something to do with the fact that I did do a full system reboot on there, and that could be part of it. But that doesn't mean that we still don't have the issues in the game itself. Yeah, if you go to, yeah, then that's what I mean. That's fully what you want to test the track as far as to be able to go in the game, full race. It doesn't matter how many laps, but I usually put it like at 5% and test it that way. And that's probably what we're going to do. That's definitely what we're going to do. We're going to see that we do have the issue, I guess, with the crash to desktop, and then go from there, I guess, as far as what would need to get chunked out of the track. Or not chunked out, but I mean as far as revised, to remove any potential detail. But that was one of them, at least anyway, that Torch and I have gone over, was this. We don't probably need that much detail in this. I mean, it is pretty toned down in its own right, as far as but we probably don't need these 3D wheels. You could probably make these as flat planes to include a flat plane on the trailer there itself, that type of stuff. So just little things like that will make a big difference. And everything's in multiplicity, as I mentioned in Torch too. Anything in multiplicity in the track is going to compound the issues that you. So if you've got one object that's not optimized, as far as the reduction in polys, and if you put that in there as in multiplicity, that's going to obviously cause issues with the track. So yeah, I'll definitely probably have to use half pace lap. Yeah, that's something that has not been defined yet, I guess, in the track INI as far as to get the full pace lap. We already made that. We already made that very clear. All right, so yeah, I'll be sure to do that. So that's probably where I'm going to start with anyway, is to load the track in the game, into the sim, and we'll run it through its paces and see if we get the crash to desktop, which is probably going to be very obvious that we will. And then just go from there. So let's put this back to geometry. I'm going to leave this open. I think that should be fine. And I am going to load the game, I guess, through my profiler. So the scolded the bot and he says, I don't think so. Hey, you done won the jackpot, right? You already won it once. That's what the bot's thinking. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm not even going to bother bringing the wheel over, but I do have that available to me. Let me see here. I'm going to have to probably adjust some things here. I didn't really prepare that well. I do have the wheel in close proximity, but I got to get it over here. Excuse me just a moment while I bring that over, and I'm going to get this loaded up into the game. Alright, I think we're back. So make sure I unmute the mic at least anyway. Okay then. Man, whoa, Chavez, you got every bit of the rainbow there, I guess, on the. Send you a copy of the track again if needed. So, from the sounds of it, I guess you did get a revised copy, if I understood that right there, Torch. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off this music here for now, so we can go into the game. We can check that all out there. Until we get back outside of there, we can turn that back on. Alright, so let's get myself set up here. So I'm going to load up my profile there. We're going to load the game up like so. And we're going to go into full race, not the full pace lap. As Torch mentioned, it doesn't have that part of the INI set up yet. We could do the full pace lap. So when you try to load that up in there, I did send a picture of that as far as it being super duper not lined up. So we want to go into single race. I'm using the Winston Cup 98 by Splash and Go for this particular test, just for reference. Not that there's anything wrong with this mod at all. Okay, and we're going to load up this one here, and we want to turn off the full pace lap. So we'll do the half lap. That'll start off on the back stretch, because that's full pace lap is not set up as I mentioned. So here we go. We're going to load this up. So we got some of the helicopter sounds and all that good stuff. For the most part, this track drives really nice, up until the point that it does want to crash. So as far as the overall feel of it, it's super nice to drive. So let's go right into full race. We're going to start from the back. 20 laps. I think it's about a 5% race.
Drivers, to your car.
Okay. Let's go ahead and jump into our track. So right now I'm getting, as you can tell at the top right, getting a little bit less than 30. And that's to be expected. We got a lot of detail in the track as well as the mod, right? So what we want to observe is to whether or not, when and whether or not this track will crash, which I'm expecting it to. Crash the desktop, at least anyway.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice first hit, and I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready.
I want to be very careful not to use a lot of the F keys because I don't want it to screw any of my scenes up here. As far as my streaming software, I do have a lot of that stuff lined up that way. So usually, right off the start there, it's usually pretty good until you get really into the thick of the racing. So as far as what's loading right now from the back here, it's not that much until you get like right into the beehive of the field, and there it goes. There's the crash. See, so we know there's something wrong. Yeah, that was what I was hoping would happen. So we didn't even get one lap in, and the game has already crashed the desktop. So this is obviously an issue that we need to address, I guess, as far as the... So I was hoping at least to be able to get one lap in, to be honest, but obviously not so much. So we need to correct that problem. That's the only problem. So this is what we're going to touch base on as far as like what do we do to troubleshoot and remedy, I guess, something like that happening. So you get all this work done, I guess, on your track, right? And you'd be like, well, son of a gun. It's like, well, what do I do to remedy that? Some of the things that I've gone over with Torch, and I've shown this plenty of times in the streams, as far as how to remedy that. One of two places, if not both. A lot of times it'll sometimes present itself in the textures. Sometimes your textures might be a little too big, so you might have to shrink those down. But also to kind of optimize your models themselves. So like I said, anything in multiplicity, you might have a model at one level, as far as just to have one instance of it in the track that's relatively low detail. But if you add that in multiplicity to the track, that might compound issues, I guess, with the track overall. So that's more than likely what we're dealing with, I guess, in this case. So this is what we want to remedy. I guess that's... So don't be discouraged, I guess, the fact that if you're running into a crash of desktop, that it's just like the track is just junk. You're not going to be able to fix it. There's definitely some things you can do to help remedy that. We've already, and as I've already said, we've already come to the conclusion it's not geometry related. If we were to remove everything from the track, just like James was mentioning, the track will run probably just fine. And we could probably test it that way if we wanted to. It'd be very easy to do that. I've got the track loaded here in the sim. We can just delete everything out of the track and just have just the geometry, right? And go into the game, and we probably wouldn't have any problem with it crashing to desktop. In fact, just for a base reference, as far as a benchmark, we can actually do that. So what I'll do, and this is pretty simple, I can just go into the object placement view, go into here, and just delete all. So this might take it a little bit, I guess, to be able to do that, but I'll give it a second. And once it does that, all we'll be left with is just the geometry, right? So we can test the track just with the geometry and nothing else. So that's what it did. It took it a little bit, a second or two, I guess, to be able to do that. So now we got no objects, nothing. We got TSDs, as far as track surface decals, that's it. So if we go into our camera view, we can clearly see we got nothing in here other than just the geometry. So if we want to test it this way, actually I'm missing a firewall on this one here. So there's some tweaks, I guess, to the track there, but this is all that's in here is this geometry at this point. So what I'm going to do, again, just for testing purposes, and just to kind of prove this fact, I'm going to save this track as a new PTF. Don't need to do really anything other than that. So I'm in there. I'm going to change this name to, I'm just going to do, I'll just put a B on the end of it so I know which one it is. So we don't want to touch the original PTF, right? As far as what we're testing. So make a brand new PTF. And okay, I thought maybe it was going to take a little bit longer. Okay, usually what I like to do is like to switch it over to geometry. It usually saves it a little bit quicker as in comparison, I guess, to keeping it in object view. So now we've got a new PTF that has just the geometry and no objects. Now you don't need to take all the other objects and MIPS out of your track folder. So even if you wanted to DAT it at this point, or if you have the track DATed, you don't need to redat it or anything like that. Just put this new PTF in there and make sure it's named the same as the track folder, and that'll load just that track without the objects, right? Okay. Doing this process, one of us will find. Yeah, no one of us will find it. Yeah, and that's better to have more than one brain, I guess, going at this. I've got a pretty good, with what I talk with Torch, it will definitely, narrow it down. But we've got, from what we've gone over, I guess, as far as in our little discussion there, we've got a pretty good idea of what's causing the issue. But this is going to help justify, I guess, as far as the fact that it is just that. So I'm going to copy this PTF that I saved into our track folder, into our game track directory, which is right here. And again, this is already DATed. But if once I put this new PTF in here, it's going to read the sim itself is going to read this new PTF. So anything that's in this DAT file still doesn't matter. Okay. Just want to make that a little bit clear. So let's rename this so that it matches our track folder. So I just added the B, so I'm just renaming this. So it's going to read this PTF. So when we go into the back end of the track here, all it's going to load is just the geometry. So it's going to look a little weird, but this is going to be for our testing purposes anyway. So let's load this up like this. And now we should not get any crash desktop. We should not see that as we just did in our previous test here. So if we go into single race, we're going to load this up. Now, keeping in mind that we might end up having an issue here. I can already think of one issue that we might have as far as not having the flagger in there. So if we do that, we'll know why. Okay, but we shouldn't. So in most cases, when you test a track in this fashion with no objects in it, usually you want to go into testing mode. That's usually number one premise. But if we see that issue happen as far as the track not wanting to load with having all the objects out there, we'll know why. So if anything else, what I can do is take it one step, step it back a little bit, and just at least include all the serious flaggers as far as the pit guys and all that stuff, so that it can actually function. I guess as far as those states, I guess that exist in the race mode. So, all right. So, if there is any issue, I guess with it at this point, we'll know why. I guess that's the only point that I want to make. Okay. So if we can, it should load, but it may not. But like I said, we'll know why if it doesn't. So far we seem to be in good shape. But let's go to race. Now if I switch this over to race, and if it crashes at that point, then we'll know why. So in practice mode, we don't need any flaggers or anything like that. So as far as any of these other modes, we don't need anything. So if we go to race, okay, so far it looks good. So let's go to drive. There we go. Okay, so we're good so far.
Start your engines.
We're good so far. All right, so we'll go through the motions here. We should not get any crash. We should be able to do this whole 20-lap race with no crashing. Whoops. Helps if I put it in the right gear, huh? Yeah, so this, all we got in here is this geometry. That's all it is. Geometry and its accompanying textures anyway.
All right, man, pace cars in. Get ready.
And this, when we don't get the crash, as we did previously, the only thing this is going to prove is it's not the problem that we have with the track is not geometry related, and it's definitely object related. So you have to excuse my driving. I don't have any practice on this thing here, so if I do tend to spin out or get a little out of shape or whatever, don't sue me for it. I'm gonna do my dangest. I like to run usually the middle line, middle to high line. Staying away from that apron. Get out of my way, dude. Get in my way, slowpoke. Kind of move my mic out of the way there, so if I'm tending a little bit faint, that's probably why I kind of moved the boom there, and I got my hands on the wheel, don't want to let go.
24, 27,
Oh, God. Oh, God.
they're high.
No caution? What the heck, man? I had cautions on, I believe. Wow, no caution. Alright. Grab a gear and keep going then. So far, still no. We got no, oh, I just blew the engine. Shifted down. My bad.
Blowing up here.
Let's go into the pits.
Pit road speed 35. There you go, man. Remember,
And I just went past my pits. I'm going to start this over here.
Don't speed. Do not speed here. Remember, 3,000.
But yeah, as you can see, so far, we're good. We haven't had any crashes. We've been able to get the first lap in there. It didn't crash. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to go ahead and restart. But just to kind of show you, because so far we're in pretty good shape, I guess, as far as to determine that it is definitely object related.
Drivers.
But we're gonna try and go do this again. I want to see if I can do this whole 20-lap race. So, let me get this mic resituated here. I kind of pushed the boom away, I guess, as I was trying to drive there. Get my shifting right. There we go. That's better. Get them tires nice and warmed up. One of the things that I did notice there too, Torch, and I forgot to mention, some of the environment maps might need to be adjusted as well. So you can see how the shine on these cars or whatever are a little wonky. That's easily fixable though. That's easily fixable. Oh, you got another one. Holy crap, that's 2 in a row. That's crazy. We got Torch out there. He's stealing. He done rigged and hacked the slots machine, it looks like. I think Torch has done hacked the slot machine. That's twice he's been in. Oh, God, that dude's wrecking. There's a caution. At least that wasn't me. At least it wasn't me. So I noticed all the foam is out too, so those are obviously all objects. As far as the foam in between the steel and the concrete. You missed it by a Kappa, that's crazy. Whoa, slow down. Watch my driving. Come on, dude. Go around, 47. Go around, you more. There you go. Come on, come on. Where's the 47? There he is. I got you. I got you. So at least we were able to get a caution in here too to kind of see how the track responds under this state. So far, no crash. That's only further justifying and so on, I guess, as far as it's not geometry related, and it is definitely object. But it's a really fun track to drive on, regardless of the fact if you got any practice like I don't have.
9.914.
Yeah, so this is, again, in the Winston Cup 98 mod by Splash and Go. So it does have quite a bit of detail in this mod in itself, in its own right. But it is very optimized. I can 100% guarantee that. I think my wheel's coming off here. Gotta tighten that down. Let's see how many laps of caution we get here, by the way. So, where am I running? I'm running 41st. So I got past Rick Mast and Jerry Nadeau. Man, those are some days there, huh? Nadeau when he was in the 13 car.
See one to go right here.
Oh, cool.
Line up single file.
Not too many laps of caution then. That's not like that. Yeah, definitely old school. I love this 98 mod by Splash and Go. They did a fantastic job on this.
1 minute 18.97.
Now the fact that see, can I switch this to? Yep, I guess I can switch. No, I want to do this view. That's what I wanted. Go into the cockpits. Cockpits, they're more like the traditional 2003 as far as the cockpits, but it's got a little bit extra there because it's got the dashboard sign to it. It's kind of cool. Let's go back to this view.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. Alright, man. Pace cars in.
Yeah, I like this
Get
mod.
ready.
Here we go. Yeah, but see that shine on the I think the environment map for this particular track might need to be adjusted a little bit. It's a little bit milky, for lack of a better way to put it. And that's easily fixable.
1 minute 5.492.
Let's do some digging here. Ooh, kind of smacked the wall there a little bit. Okay. Oh, Rick Mass wants a piece.
Still there.
It's coming on my left side.
20.
I don't think so, Rick. Out of my way, fool.
7.
Oh, God.
Clear. Tailor's out.
These slow pokes out here.
Caution's gonna be
Grab a
out.
gear and keep going.
All the way to the line.
That's on
All the
me.
way to the line.
That's definitely on me. But we're still going. We got a little bit of fender damage there now. Yeah, I definitely like to run the middle to high line. Yeah, just slightly outside of the racing groove on the low side.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Go
All
ahead
right,
and get caught up.
so I did end up. I'm gonna have to pit.
0.12.
I'm gonna go ahead and pit,
Stay behind. 13.
fix my damage and all that good stuff.
Slow down, Junior. We got the speed defender on it. Stay behind.
Chavez highlighting the clip there. That's funny.
My main pit road will be open this time.
Come on, dude, go around me.
Pull over and let him go.
Yeah, go around me, you fool. There we go. Don't get me penalized here.
Pit road speed 35.
All right, first pit stall.
3,000 second gear.
First pit stall here.
Remember, just get it stopped square where the sign is.
How are these looking anyway?
In turn 1. Back up. Back it up 3.
Oh, are you kidding me? I overshot my pit. Damn it.
Main card. In turn 2. Pit road speed
There we go.
35. There you go, man.
Oh,
Remember,
wow.
3,000
So
second gear.
pit stalls might need a little bit of help. They got the wheels still behind the wall. Those might need a little bit of adjustment there.
Down the back.
Curved pits are always a pain in the butt. Hurry up, dudes. Let's go. Come on. Get me out there. Let's go.
Pace car in turn 3.
Come on, dude.
Going a little easier with a little bit bigger arc.
Oh, don't yell at me. Oh, whatever, dude.
Okay, go, go, go.
Gotta watch my speed.
Pace car in turn 4.
I want to speed. I know I'll just get the longest line anyway, but
Remember, 3,000 second gear. The pace car on the front stretch here. 1 minute 39.799. Leave 1 to go right here. Clear to the wall.
there we go.
They're all clear, all clear.
See, I would probably change that when you're clear to make sure it's on that yellow line.
You gotta go to the back.
That's a little bit early, I guess, on that clear pit road. It's doing it right at the very last
Go hard.
or first pit stall there. So that would need to be adjusted, I think. Which is not hard either. Alright, let's put it back in this view. So it fixed my fender. So I got the dent out of that fender. That's cool. Let's get to the end of the field here.
48.
I'm going back green here next lap.
7, 6.
Gotta get caught up here. Here we go.
Slow down, Junior. I got the heater fender on it.
Whoa, baby.
Right, man.
Man, I put a dent in his rear end, didn't I? It's like he didn't come in and get it fixed.
Go get him. All right, man. Pace cars in.
He definitely didn't come in and get that fixed. I nailed him in the rear end pretty good.
Okay.
Here we go. Yeah, so still no crash. This is a good sign, actually, the fact that we can confirm that it's not geometry related.
4.37.
But at least you get some, you get to be able to see how well the track races, at least, anyway. That's just my poor driving. It got me in that wreck there. I'm not really super focused, I guess, on getting to the front there. But I was digging pretty hard. Oh, we drifted up there a little bit. Wow, we're already down to 10 laps to go. Halfway there. Whoop, keep smacking that wall. Let's try to take the low side here. Let's try to work our way through the field here. Got some really nice cars. I like some of the way these cars are painted.
Outside. Still up there. Still up there.
It's just so, it's really fun to drive on.
24.5.
Oh, get going there, Nadu. Had a little run on him. Oh! Another crinkle in the fender.
One outside.
Nothing the fab shop can't handle.
Still there. Clear. 24.382.
It's like Nadu's got a little crinkle in his backside there too. No thanks to me.
Outside. On the bottom 3 wide. One outside.
Making it 3 wide on the bottom.
Clear. 23.887.
Oh yeah. It's got a lot of feel good in it, that's for sure. Not too much feel good. There can be an overabundance of feel good. It doesn't have an overabundance. It's just got the right amount of feel good in it.
5 to go. 23.847.
5 to go. Running 38. So we made a few positions. We didn't make a killing so far. So we can get around Rick Mast here. He's kind of holding his own as well.
24.032.
Man, I keep pushing out on an exit. That push is like a dump truck on an exit. Center off. That's all set up. Nothing to do with the track. It's all the way I'm driving it, just the setup. So far, we're running pretty clean line here.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, if that one isn't appropriate, I don't know what is there, Chavez. All right, Rick. I've had enough of that. I'm clearly faster than you. Thank you. One more lap.
20, 3, 9, 7, 7.
Oh, man. Dicing it up here.
Still there. They're high.
Dick trickling 90. Todd Bodine in 98. Is that right? Jeff Bodine, my bad.
Checker flag. Checker flag right
Jeff
here.
Bodine right in front of me here.
Get to do a little bit better next time. We need to be a better race team overall.
Oh, that's it. We finished 36, it looks like. Oh, crap. Sorry about that.
Tail it out. Keep digging. Caution's gonna be
Race
up.
is already over,
All
so
the
we're
way to
good.
the line. Come on.
We're good.
To the line. 35.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to get the win.
1,000 second gear.
I definitely wasn't expecting to get the... Dude, let me get to my stall. You know, let me get to my stall. Thank you very much. Yeah, so there's some adjustment that needs to be made in the stalls. That's the other thing. So it's just... That's all I&I adjustment. That's not that. All those final tweaks. Alright, so that was pretty cool. We were able to get that entire race, 20-lap race, in there without no crashing. So that was really the only thing we were going for there as far as to test it out that way. So that was going to be... I think Dale Jarrett won that one. That's a pretty cool track windscreen too. NASCAR Cup Series, it looks like that's all up to date. Pretty cool. I like that. Let's see. You'll be back in a few? No problem there, James. It will definitely be here. We're just going to get into what we can necessarily start. So we can go with it. We're going to start chunking out some things from the track. So what we did on that test was to remove all the objects and only left just the geometry. And you can see, obviously, we were able to do that race without no crash desktop. So I know it sounds like I keep repeating that, but that's a very good point, because now we can focus more on which objects do we necessarily need to refine. So what I'm going to do at this point, I bring the track up this way. I'll turn the music back on here while we're doing this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reload this track to do a new and load back up that original PTF that has all of our objects. And there's a few choice ones that I know that are going to be an issue. One of them being these team haulers, and another one being these here that I pointed out earlier there. So I'm gonna chunk those out, right? And I'm gonna save that PTF, and then we're gonna test it out same way we just did, and see if that does remove the crash desktop. If it doesn't, then we know that's not the problem. There's something else in the track that's causing it. So this is the process of elimination as far as to determine which models are causing the crash to desktop. Okay. Alrighty then. So now that we've got that debunked, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be selective on which ones I take out here. So I'm going to go into Object View, and we're going to take all these team haulers out, like so. These are all individual. These aren't in like a block or anything like that. And then I'm also going to take out those other haulers in the infield here, like I mentioned. And then we're going to save the PTF. And we're going to test the track in that fashion. And see if it... Now, if it does remove this crash the desktop, then we know we're in the right direction as far as what needs to be addressed. As far as the objects that are causing an issue. Because it's definitely an object. It's definitely an object that's causing the crash of desktop, because we did not witness the crash of desktop in that last test there, as we did previously. Alright, so we're taking all those out. I guess we got these here too. Take all these bad boys out. Now, what's really funny is, even if there's one object, you know, like out of these team haulers, that is an issue in itself, even if there's still one left in here, it could still crash. So that's definitely been proven in the past before too when it comes to this type of stuff. So what I will do here, I'm going to take that out, I'm also going to take this out too. This is probably not so much of an issue, but I'm just going to add to that idea. So got all the team haulers out there. Now the only ones I have not taken out here, and these are created by Torch himself, I'm going to leave these ones in here for now. Okay. Probably if we do get to crash a desktop in this test, I'll start chunking a little bit more at a time in this infield. And then, again, it'll give us somewhat of an idea of what is necessarily causing the problem. That's basically what we're trying to get to the point of. So I'm going to save the track this way with all those team haulers out and this stuff here in the center. So let's go back to geometry and save this PTF. And I'm just going to do this one as C. Just simple. Nothing too complicated. Just to make sure it's not saving on any of the previous PTFs is all. Okay, and then we want to go to our track edit folder, copy that one over to our game track directory. I always keep that separate. So the way I've always do my track, because I never edit my track and only have the one instance of the track in the game directory itself. You always want to have something to fall back on, just in case something screws up. It's always a good idea. So we're going to delete this previous test. Now we're just going to rename this one to the name of our track folder, as well as our DAT in this case too. So now it'll load that in there without, when we load this version up, it won't have those team haulers and those deals that I had in the infield. So we're going to test it this way and see what happens. Alright, so let's load up our track. Now again, if we do witness a crash of desktop, we know we haven't hit on the object that's causing the problem. If we don't, then we know we're in the right direction. That's basically, I just want to get it out there, because as far as the have you processes, as far as like what's the meaning behind this process anyway. Alright, so we're going to load everything the same way. We're not changing anything as far as the way we load it. We're loading it the same exact way that we did in that previous test. Okay. Damn near got one. Oh, missed it by one. That's gonna be crazy. You've already got 2 jackpots with the robot so far. That's just crazy. Crazy tour. Alright, so we're gonna go right into race and load it up this way. Let's see how long this lasts.
Start your engines!
I know something I did forget to do. Hold on. Hold on. Let me turn this music off so you can hear the actual game itself. Yeah, let me turn that off there real quick. Hello. There we go. Bring that up. Okay, that should work. And unpause. Here we go. Come on, folks. Alright, let's see if we crash. So if we, again, I'm kind of expecting it probably will, so there's probably still something else in here, but I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk in front of you. You can go get them. Alright, man. Pace cars in. Get ready.
So the frames, they're hovering right around 30 frames, so it does kind of drop down to like a little bit lower than that, but that's to be expected. It's starting way in the back with all this stuff loaded in the track. Got a lot of detail in here. I'm going to try not to bring a caution on if I can help it. So I'll give these guys a little bit of room. So far so good. Got one lap in. I'm going to start getting a little bit more in the thick of the field here. You know, really put some, you know, test the track out. I want to get up into the thick of the field there. Not bring the caution on if I can help it, like I said. Give these guys a little bit of room. So far, we're doing good.
24.78.
Oh! I'm on there, 47. Standridge.
Outside.
Oh, good.
One inside.
Whoa, kind of threaded the needle there.
Door.
Alright, now we can dig.
Still there. Clear. 24.5. 0.
So far, we're so good. This track is really fun to drive on, I'm not gonna lie.
23.2. 3. Outside. Outside. Clear.
Whoa, 3 wide.
One outside at your door. Still there. Clear.
In the thick of it here. Slicing and dicing.
One
Oh, good.
outside at your door.
Easy, easy, easy.
Clear.
Leaning on him, leaning on him. No, don't do that, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, no.
Middle 3 wide. Outside.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Grab a gear, keep going.
0.5.
Whoa, that was ugly. Saved it, though.
Clear. Both ends of this car are fucked up.
Oh, God. Handling kind of went away a little bit. I think I kind of scrubbed those tires down a little bit. I'm still running 38th. Chavez clipping everything. That's funny.
23.5. 0. 5. One outside at your door.
Oh my goodness. Gonna slit it right through there.
10 to go. Next time. 10 to
Halfway
go.
there.
Next time, 5 keep looking. One outside at your door.
We digging.
23.34. Clear. Outside.
Oh god. Sliding, 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 sliding. Oh no.
Clear.
Oh crap. Oh crap.
35.
Hold on to it. Oh man.
3,000 second gear.
Woo.
28.
Yeah, I think my tires are shot. Doing all that sliding.
Outside.
Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Wow, saved it again though. I got a few crinkled fenders, but I'm still going.
4.183.
Yeah, I think I scrubbed my tires down pretty bad when I got into that first wreck. So I'm surprised that didn't happen sooner. In that second wreck there. I was digging pretty hard too. I was really working the car. That's Grissom? That is Grissom. Steve Grissom. Excuse me, Steve. Come through. Pardon me, but I'm definitely faster than you. Back up to 38th. Run on a laps though. Getting back up to the rest of the field here. That's Rick Mass. We're back up to Rick Mass. Okay. That's where we ended up wrecking last time. We got up to Rick Mass.
5 to go.
5 to go. Okay, here we go.
3, 4, 0.
We digging, boys. We digging.
Outside. Clear.
Feather the throttle.
23.4. 5, 4. Outside. Stay low there. Clear.
It's a little shaky.
Outside.
So I want to bring it home clean.
Clear high. 24.102. Outside.
I'm just trying to save my tires because I know my tires are junk.
2 to go.
2 to go.
24.242.
Oh god. I thought that was going to spin out right there. Got a little too low. Got outside of the groove there. Man, my tires are garbage. They're freaking gone, man.
White flag, when they go to the line. 25.061.
Digging. Whew. That was a workout. 34th looks like we ended up with.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit better.
Holy mackerel.
10-4, man. We'll figure it out. Appreciate everybody working hard.
Yeah, so we didn't crash there, so I think we're onto something as far as
You have a good job. Appreciate you working that hard.
where our problem objects are. So it's either with those team haulers and or the hauler in the infield there.
35.
So what I might do is do another test and put take the team haulers out and leave the other. Oh, got spun out in the pits. Thanks, sir. Appreciate you.
Right here to the left.
Appreciate you. All right, we're done. That's all we needed. So we were able to finish that entire race by taking just those team haulers out and those haulers in the infield. So what I'd like to debunk is which one exactly is causing it. Is it the team haulers or is it the... So what I'll do is I'll leave the team haulers in, and I'm going to take those items out in the infield. As far as those haulers in there, I'm going to go from there. Okay, so if it does happen to be just those team haulers and not... Let's see what's going on with that. Okay, Gordon won this one. And looks like there was he won it by... Nice. Nice. That's a nice interval with Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett in third. Nice. Pretty cool. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. It probably is, but this is what I want to come to that conclusion, at least anyway. Alright, let's turn that back on here. While we do this, so let's do this. So, now what we want to do, I'm going to reload the track again, and I'm going to leave the team haulers in, or, sorry, I want to take the team haulers out, and leave the infield object in, as far as what I took out here, and we'll see if that's going on. So if it doesn't crash that way, then we know it's probably team haulers. Okay. So let's open this back up. Original PTF here. Appreciate the clipping all that stuff there too, Chavez. Yeah, I'm going to be busy, right? Alright, so here we go. So we got the track loaded. Everything else is in here. So what I want to do is take just the team haulers out. Leave these in. And if we don't get to crash the desktop, we can definitely come to that that conclusion that it's these team haulers. And it wouldn't really surprise me. You and I have talked about that, Torch. Okay, so let's do object view. And we'll take all these team haulers out. I want to make sure I get them all that I did before too, because even keeping just one of these in here, as I said, if there's any one object in here that is kind of de-optimized, not optimized at all, can cause a crash. All right, so I want to make sure I take all the same ones that I did in the previous test. So it's mostly all these here plus these over here. So we've already been able to test it, the track with no objects, just the geometry, and we just did a satisfactory test of removing the haulers and these deals here. This time around I'm going to leave these in and take all these team haulers out. So if it does crash, if it doesn't crash in this fashion, we can definitely point to the fact that it's more than likely going to be those team haulers that's causing the issue. Alright, so now we want to zoom out on this, go back to geometry view, and save that as a new PTF. So we want to save this as D. So we already got those others. So that's just showing our progression here. Always save it as a new PTF. No, never want to try and save it over existing PTF. Don't want to. That's too much of a headache. I'll just be honest. Alright, so let's take our D. We're going to copy that over to our game track directory. Okay, paste that in here, and we're going to get rid of this one. We already tested that. Don't need it no more. So we're going to rename this so that it loads that one. So this, again, this is just removing the team haulers and leaving that one in the infield. You didn't make them right. We're going to find out here. Alright, so let's jump in here and try this one out now. I might, no, I don't want to do that. I want to test it all the same. So the fact I'm going to keep it on the 20 laps, I don't want to change anything. I want to make this an even and fair test. Okay, let's go ahead and turn that off here again real quick. Cool. Alright, let's bring this back up. Cool. Single race. Alright, so again, keeping everything the same. We're not changing anything as far as we're starting on. Yeah, everything else is the same. The only thing we've changed is the dynamic of the PTF, removing those objects from the track. So we want to see if we can do a full 20 lap race without no crash. So if we do, again, as like I said, that will confirm that is probably a problem with those team haulers. And as Torch mentioned there, those aren't something that he made. Those are borrowed, I guess, from somewhere else. Alright, so we're going to go right to race. And go to drive. Cool. There we go.
Drivers, start your engines.
Do. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go racing, boys.
I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. Go get him. All right, man. Pace cars in.
That did not help for you, so it did crash. Still with taking that stuff out.
Grind. 1 outside at your door. Clear high. 1 outside at your door.
Oh, God.
Still there.
Hold on to it. Oh, God.
One inside.
Woo, that was a little shady. Shaky.
Clear. 25.6.
On my way, rookie.
1-8. One outside at your door.
Ooh, I was leaning on him.
Still up there.
I was leaning on him.
Clear high.
Whoa, man, I barely cleared him coming out of that corner.
One outside at your door. Still there.
Oh, don't do that. Stay up there. Got to run on him.
Clear.
Whew.
24.
Squeaked it in there.
3, 6.
Excuse me there, Mr. Marcus.
Stay low there. Still up there.
Side by side.
Still up there. 24.019. Still up there. Still up there.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, I got way down too low. That was all me. Crap.
Tail's out.
I got down too low.
Crossing's gonna be out. All the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line. Hit road speed 35.
I checked that crevice there in the apron.
Leaders coming up.
Definitely don't want to go that low. That's definitely out of the dark stuff.
Hit road's closed. Hit road's closed.
That's all driver error.
Half now.
Leader just passed me.
One inside. Follow tell all the boys on the spot stand the same to go any second.
So all the leaders right here.
Still there. Both ends of this
There we go.
Fucked up. Caution's out. Caution's out. Go ahead and get caught up. 42.67.
Yeah, I got that left front tire, I guess, right in that crease in that apron there.
Two car.
Dang it. I'm definitely going to have to pit.
My man, pit road will be open this time. Pit road speed 35. Eagle man number 3000, second gear. The pace card. In turn.
Alright, fix my stuff.
33. The pace card. On the front stretch.
Man, I wrecked this thing good. I didn't even have to shut it off. That's not good. Yeah, I was definitely up on the wheels, but I caught that left front tire in that crease in the apron there. I definitely don't. You don't want to be there. Hurry up, fix my stuff.
Pace card. In turn 2.
I got a little bit of time yet. Come on, guys. Man, they taking pieces off. That's not good.
Pace card. Down the back stretch. Going a little easier with a
There we
little
go.
bit bigger arc. That way you're aimed a little bit better off. We gotta go tail end along the line.
Yeah, I know.
Go, go, go.
I know. I gotta go to the back end. I'm gonna be in the back anyway, so. Yowza.
In turn 3.
I got an owie on my vehicle. You see that helicopter taking off? That's pretty cool.
The pace card. In turn 4. 1 minute 42.739. The pace card. On the front stretch here. Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All clear. Go hard. Stay behind. At 17. You gotta go to the back.
I know. I know.
There you go. Go hard.
Let's see. So now I'm a lap down. Crap. So I should be able to go on to the inside. Should let me go on to the inside line. Whoa! Easy.
6.
So once I get the one lap to go, I should be able to go on the inside line.
Slow down, Junior. I got the heater fender on it.
And we got some got some damage on the hood there too yet. I did a number on that bad boy. So far, no crash to desktop though. That's good. That's a good sign. So actually, getting into a caution like that and causing all that commotion, I guess, with that, that's a lot for the game to have to render. So the fact that if there was any issues with the objects in the track, by having it, that's just an additional thing it would have to render, and not having a crash to desktop is actually a good sign. Line about by who? Oh, I gotta go to the end. It's long. Never mind. So I can't go to the inside. I had to go to the end of the longest line. That's right. The only reason why that happened is because I passed the leaders when I came into the pits. That's a no-no. So as the leaders are going by me, I guess when I was coming down the pits, that's why it's forcing me to go down in the longest line, because I passed them while I was going down pit road. That's definitely a no-no, like I said. I would have still had to maintain my distance behind the leaders as I was pitting. So if I would have done that, I wouldn't have had to go to the end of the longest line. That's okay. I'll stay back here.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift, and I'll walk in front of you.
This is actually a better test this way, to be honest.
Alright, man. Pace car's in. Get ready. Okay. Please not on the lead side. 1 minute 4.4 5 6 clear.
Right on my way, Slowpoke.
1 outside at your door.
Oh god. Oh god.
Clear.
Hold on to it. Hold on to it. I think he tried to get out of my way, but just didn't do a very good job of it at all.
25.8 3 6.
Oh, another jackpot. I see another jackpot. Who got that? Chavez. I think Chavez got it. I'm looking at that right. So at least 3 jackpots I've seen today. Torch has got 2 of them.
24.9 3 1.
Oh my god. I don't know if I'm going to be able to catch these guys or not. I'm digging though.
0.081.
I'm seeing a whole lot of missed slots, that's for sure. Oh, there's a jackpot. Who got that? That was James. James got it? Yeah, you can play that slots one right after the other. It's just 10 units of fluid per play. So James is just going all ham on that. Come on, you piece of crap. There you go. There's the bots. I see it. But how much did it cost you, I guess, to get that? All 3 bots, though. That's the thing. How many 10 units of fluids? I didn't count them. Oh, got a little bit of a hiccup there. I thought maybe he was going to do something. So far, we're doing good. So far, I'm liking the result of this. 2 to go.
4. 1, 3, 2.
One more lap after this.
1
Oh, no.
Still there.
No! Dang it.
T30.
Dang it. Oh, crap.
There you go, man. That
Oh, that put me in a bad way. Oh, we got the helicopter flying in there. That's cool. Alright, I guess I'm done. Man. I got hooked up with him, and then this put me in a bad spot. Oh, well. That was a good run, though. So the fact that it didn't crash, that was the whole main thing there. I tried to rattle his cage there, but it kind of got me all out of shape there, so we're good to go on that. I'm gonna go ahead and retire on that. That was a pretty good pit stop, actually, under 15 seconds. Let's let that finish through. We'll accelerate. Yep, they're done. So looks like Gordon won that one too. 2 in a row for Gordon. Terry Labonte right behind him, and then Rusty Wallace. Nice. Good beans. All right, so that's another solid test. Taking the team haulers out there. I'm thinking that's probably a big part of the issue, is those team haulers. That's what it's seeming like anyway, because that's. Let me start this back over. There we go. Let's get out of this. So, that's not to say whatever that there aren't still some things that could still be optimized. So some of the things that you don't really need to have all that much detail, because, okay, let's look at it from this standpoint. The fact that we took those haulers out, those team haulers out completely. If you start adding, even if it's a more optimized version, I guess, of that team hauler and multiplicity, you might be right back to square one, right? So it does necessarily come back to the idea that you want to look at some of your other objects that you have in your track and to tone those down so that you can make room, I guess, for being able to apply those types of things back in, right? So I'm not sure how else to explain that. So it's just like the way we tested that, we have no team haulers in there, so that's removing polys, potential polys, I guess, from the track, right? So that doesn't really 100% confirm that the track is good to go, because we still want to have team haulers in there, right? So how do we make room, I guess, for that? So some of the other things that you would have to look at are some of these models that don't need as much detail as they do. And one of the things that I pointed out earlier was that infield object here. So it's basically just coming up with, compensating, I guess, for being able to put those multitude of team haulers back into the track. So what we could necessarily do, and I don't know if that would really be a good test. We almost have we'd have to have a model to go by. I guess to be able to put in there. One way we could go about it is to take a shared track team hauler and put that into the track in multiplicity and test it that way and see if we have an issue. If we still have an issue, even by doing that, by taking the default shared hauler, because that hauler that I took out there, that was a modified version of the original hauler, right? So that has obviously some issues. So this is another approach that we could take. We'll take a shared, copy of that and just put it in there. It doesn't matter which one it is. We're not concerned as far as like if it's the same one repeated over and over again. We just want to get an optimized model, and be it the one that if it comes from the default model for the truck hauler, right? We want to get something in there in multiplicity, regardless of what kind of texture it's got on there, just to confirm or deny the fact that we need to be able to find more room to be able to put those in, based on some of the other objects that we have in the track, like this deal. Okay, and I'm picking on this one, but anything in here, anything that can necessarily be reduced in its detail. One of the other things that Torch and I had gone over was some of the items in the victory lane, like these bush coolers. These could be reduced. Things like that. All these little things that you find around the track that can necessarily be reduced, and the amount of detail is going to help us be able to put to make room, I guess, to put stuff in there that we want to have in there, like team haulers. So, doesn't hope it'll crash later in the life. Yeah, I don't know if by applying, I guess, a longer race than 20 laps, that's definitely haven't been tested yet. We could definitely do that as we progress here. But what I'd like to do is just like what I explained. I would like to apply at least a default hauler. So we might even have one in the track here, and be able to put that in multiplicity roughly in the same area that we took these team haulers out of, and save that, and then see if it crashes. If it doesn't crash, then we should be good to go. But I mean, that would be best case scenario. So let's see, do we have, I don't know if there is one in here or not. Let me look in the track folder here, just out of curiosity. Because if we don't, we can definitely get one from the shared folder and just bring it in. And like I said, it does not matter which one. This as long as it's okay. Let's see here. So these are all the ones in question here as far as all these individual truck haulers. Those are the ones that obviously an issue, or potentially an issue. So I think this truck 55, let me load this one up. Nope, that's going to be one of those modified ones there. Okay. I think what I am going to do, just to ensure that I have one that comes from, that's one that's a default file that comes from the game, as I'm going to go right to the shared, and I'm going to grab one that I know is going to be from the default game files. Removing the victory lane, bushes, only results in 10 frame increase. Still not a smoking gun. Yeah, see, so you're taking a different approach over this here, James. So far, my testing on my end, just by dealing with these haulers so far, that seems to be what I'm coming to the conclusion of being the problem. So yeah, let's do truck black. I think that might be a good one here. Doesn't matter. Like I said, does not matter which one. Just want to make sure we have all the MIPs for it. So in most cases, these default haulers have 2 MIPs. They have one for day and one for night. Removing only a hauler does not fix my issue. See, that's weird. What other settings do you have going on, James, as far as your graphics? Do you have everything on like an extreme? In fact, let me go over that really quick as far as the settings. So we have a 1-to-1 comparison and test. Let me load the game up here and I'll compare my settings, and you can necessarily set yours up the same way, because I don't have a lot of my graphics set up to like super high. So I'm just wondering if that's maybe part of the issue. Alright, so let's I'm gonna go into options here. Yeah, let's check out graphics. So this is what I got my graphics set at. Just so I have a comparison here. Some things I do have on low. I got my texture filtering on normal, as far as the head and in the mirror and stuff like that. This is what I'm set. This is what the way I'm testing it. So if you've got anything that's different than this one here, that might be causing. So most of all my stuff is on, other than the effect from structures, for example. I'll just leave that up there for a second. If you want to compare that, if you want to set up that way, that's your choice. But this is the way I'm testing it. So this is the results I'm getting based on this test, having this graphic set up that way. Your issue is sandbox. Okay, so it's not so much in the game. Okay, so you're doing mostly sandbox and not necessarily in game. That's what you're saying. But anyway, there's the settings for that. So what I want to do next, like I said, I want to get into and add. So I'll minimize that. Cool. I'm going to take one of these haulers, and I'm going to probably try this truck black, for example. So I'll just load this up. I can load this up and see the 3D sim in. I'm not going to save or anything, but just to show. This is a default truck file, 3DO, from the shared folder from the game. Alright, so I want it to find out which. There's usually, like I said, with these models, they do have at least 2 textures applied to it. So this one's got this one here, as well as, let me do a search for MIP. And there should be a night one too. So there's that one right there. So truck black and then truck black. That should be it. Yep. Cool. So let's get those two textures along with this 3DO. So this one, and there should be an end truck black. Let's see where we at here. These should be all in alphabetic, so it shouldn't be too far behind. Where are you at there, son? Come on, where are you at? Truck X side and truck black. There it is. Alright, so it's making sure we got all three of those files selected. So those two and that one there, we're going to copy that and put that into our Dover build. Damn, I got too many tracks in here. Alright, so here we go. So let's put this in. We'll paste them in here. Cool. So now we got all those files in there. Now we'll be able to add this in multiplicity into the track. Alright, so let's go to our object placement view. Okay. And then it may or may not load right away. And that's okay. We'll be able to save it and then it'll populate. So we want to put them roughly all in this area. And I can always refer back to the original PTF to see how many haulers were there. So we can put the same number of haulers in this position here. So we want to have a 1-to-1 comparison, right? That's what we want. We're not trying to fudge it to make it, you know, to debunk the fact, oh yeah, those haulers suck. I mean, it's just, you know, we want to make sure we're testing 1 for 1. All right, so let's look for it in our list here. So that's truck black, yeah. There it is. This is the one we added right out. Just like this. Now, again, I've shown this in the past before. If you don't see your bounding box right away, your best bet is to go into your properties while you're still in here. Go into the properties, like so, and go to the drop down. And don't try and click all over the place because you'll probably end up moving something that you don't want to move. So I'm going to go through the list here and find our list. In most cases, it's going to be relatively in alphabetic order. In most cases. Okay, let's look at the top here. So we got, this is all our shared stuff. Do have some shared items. Let's see. Should come into truck black. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Got quite a few shared items actually. Still in shared. Alright, this is where we start. Instance, there we go. So we want to look for truck black. Just gonna scroll right through here. So that we got a tree. Where's our truck at? It's in here somewhere. Got a lot of people. Pick up. Come on, you in here somewhere. Poles. Safety clean's probably down here. So we're getting back into the S's here. So it'll kind of alphabetize these in most cases, I guess, in chunks here. So we're in semi. Come on, where you at? There's a styro block. Objects there. That's all our safer foam. So might be past that. There's our Sunoco. Whoa, stop. Definitely in here somewhere. Trees. Okay, truck beverages. There it is. Truck black. I might have just passed it, but see, that's probably your best bet to do that instead of trying to click all over the place, because a lot of times these bounding boxes, especially on this color asphalt, it's going to blend in there and it'll make it a little bit difficult, I guess, to try and find it. So that's your next best bet, is to go through that list there like so. Alright. We'll put this on fixed, and it doesn't look like it loads right away. So we'll go ahead and get one of these set here. We'll save it. Let's check the height on this actually. See where we're at here. See if we need to adjust the height or anything. It doesn't look like it. Cool. So it's got the bounding box in here, but it doesn't load visually or physically. So what we want to do to remedy that, we'll go ahead and save it with that in there. Okay. So let's do a file, save as, and I'm going to label this a little bit differently. I'm going to do new trucks. Just all one word. That way I know what's going on with this one besides those. So that was just removing, you know, applying different levels of objects in there. This one I'm applying new truck. So that way I know what's going on with it. Okay, now what I need to do is go back to geometry. I'm going to do a new and reload this so that it will populate that truck in there so I can see it. And not just the bounding box. Okay, now I can see it. Now what I want to do, now I can confirm that that's loaded. It's right there. Well, I got it in geometry view, but okay, now what I want to do is open up. I want to count how many haulers we had so we can put the same number of haulers of these as we do with those other haulers that are seemingly causing a problem. So let's close this one back out again. I'm going to open up that original PTF and I'm going to count those. I'm going to make sure how many we got in there. Again, this we're trying to keep it to a 1-to-1 is all. Chavez going ham, I guess, on the slots now. He's like, James can do it, I can do it too. Just keep in mind, those only cost you 10 units of fluid for every play, and it's not on a cooldown. You can spam the crap out of that slots. 38, you think? Well, we're going to find out here in a second. So let's go into Object View, and let's count how many we got here. So all these right here. I want to get this. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, miscount there. Hold on. Kind of on an angle, so it's kind of hard to. So let's do 1, 2, 3. Gosh darn it! You son of a gun. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. That's 38 right there. And then 1, 2, 3, 4 here. So 38 here and 4 here. Okay. And we're not worried about if we've got them in the same orientation. We just want to get the same number of them in here, right? Got a decent FPS increase from removing the turn 1 media center. Turn 1, turn 2. Now, is that in the game or in sandbox? So I'm testing in the game as well as in sandbox. Just to confirm. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and close this one. And go back to that other PTF that we saved. And we're going to add 38 haulers in that spot as well as those 4 that are offset there. Yeah, that's sandbox. See, I don't go 100% all 100% by sandbox. I want to test it in the game. That's the other thing. I'm not saying that that's wrong to do it that way, but to get a true confirmation, I guess, that, you know, as far as a frame rate increase or decrease, if I'm getting that same type of drop as I am in sandbox as in the game, then that's a 1-to-1 test in there. But I don't like to 100% go just on one or the other. They both need to be doing the same thing in order to confirm that that's causing an issue. Okay, let's object view. So we got this one in here. Now again, I'm not worried about the orientation of these. I just want to get 38 of these in here against this wall. I don't need to worry about them being in the same position as the other haulers that we're trying to replace here. Yeah, I mean, you're having different issues, I guess, than I am. So yeah, I can understand that. The fact that if you're seeing that significant amount of difference in sandbox, that's going to give you grounds, I guess, to say, yeah, this is a strong enough reason, I guess, to be able to test in a game without it crashing. Yeah, I'm not trying to deny that at all. It's just I don't like to go 100% by what's going on in just Sandbox or the game. If it's doing it in one and not the other, I want to know why. It should be doing it in both. I guess it's... okay. Now all I can do is... see, where was that in the list here? Should be a little bit easier to find it in this way. That should be after the numbers, yeah. There it is. Cool. So now we got it populated in here. Cool. So we just need to get 38 of these bad boys in here. A little bit tedious of a process, that's for sure. And I'm just going to get these roughly placed. I'm not going to... as long as I can get 38 of them in here, that's cool. And so far, the smoking gun for me is these team haulers. But once I test it this way, if it doesn't crash after I put these in here, to me, that's going to be the smoking gun for me, honestly. And so far, I've done 2 tests with and without those team haulers in there, and also with and without that that other deal in the infield, as far as those track dryer. So basically, I'm just trying to debunk the fact that it's not the track dryer haulers, I suppose. Okay. So the fact that you're getting a different result than I am, that's totally weird. Especially the fact that you got a much much beefier system than I do. Yours should definitely be able to handle it with no problem. Alright, let's where's that darn thing? There we go. So it's right after the numbers, that second one down. Just trying to make sure. The fact that there's no way to duplicate items in here. So like when I do farm sim stuff in Giants Editor, if I highlight something, I can do a duplicate while that object is highlighted. Don't have that option here in Sandbox, unfortunately. So it's a matter of finding it in a list, populating it in there, and then putting it into position. It's the only downside. Alright, so far we've got 3 of them. So once I go scroll through here, get past the numbers, it's going to be right there. Cool. 39 to go. Yeah, as far as in total, yes. So this can be a very tedious but it at least gives some insight as far as like what is involved, I guess, with you know, putting these types of things in a track, even building a track in itself. I mean, there's a lot goes into it. There's definitely a lot that goes into it. It's a very primitive program, as you can probably imagine. Primitive in the fact that there's no, you know, click, click, you're done type of thing. Like we have in some other, you know, game creators, if you will. Torch going ham on the slots now. That bot's probably telling you you want enough there, buddy. That's not to say they probably still wouldn't give you one, but so far I'm seeing you not getting squat. Those 10 units of fluid, those add up pretty quick though, so we watch that. Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. We got a long ways to go. I just want to see. Okay. Yeah, so the fact that it's all the same type of hauler doesn't matter. I want to get in multiplicity the same type of model, so to replicate against the same amount of oh, there's another one. Just happen to look over there. Chavez got that one. You doubled your money. Nice. Man, y'all playing the slots, or I'm gonna reach my achievement, I guess, to get yeah, that maximum amount of chatting in the chat. That's an achievement for me, I guess, on the Twitch platform. That's not only helping you, it's helping me. It's all I can see out the corner of my eye is this everybody playing slots. That's crazy. Y'all just going ham on that. Oops, slots not cool. Yeah, so you probably did a little too quick there. It's got like a maybe like a 1 second, 30-second or so cooldown on it, but it's relatively pretty quick. Yeah, saw that there for Chavez. Oh, yep. He did 0 seconds there for James. Almost did a little too fast. The bot's catching up to you. Y'all just copy pasting that shit in there, aren't you? See the bot's catching up to you. It's overheated, right? It's like that's funny. Yeah, as far as being a cooldown, it's probably what it is. It's overheated. Y'all making it work overtime. Okay, let's put some more on this side. Man, I give up. Well, you done 1 of the 3 jackpots, right? 2 with the robot and 1 with the... If I remember right. It's not like you've been shortchanged, that's for sure. Spent 1,000 on slots. You probably did. There's a lot of spamming. Nah, but I felt like it. No, I know that. It was an exaggeration. That was a lot of spamming, though. Okay. Make sure I can get enough of these in here. So I might have to readjust these a little bit so I can make sure I can get all these in here. There's quite a few of them there. Oops. So I'm only having to adjust these just to make sure I can get them all in here, though. Okay. Once you get into a rhythm of this stuff, a lot of times it goes pretty smooth. Just a lot of repetition is all. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Yeah, definitely if there was a way, I guess, to do an easier type of duplication in here, it would be a heck of a lot easier, but as I said, we don't have that privilege or that option. Okay. So at least we got to check out, I guess, what's going on with the track, you know, as far as just the... did a couple of tests there in the track itself. That was pretty. It drives really nice. You just really want to watch out for that apron, though. That's for sure. That apron bites. Half from the numbers. Right now. Alright, how many we got now? Gotta be pretty close. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Got 15, so not quite half. Link them in a script. Right. So this is the only downside, I guess, is putting these types of things in individually. Understanding as far as the way Papyrus used to do this here, they used to put like lights and things that were in repetition in groups, right? And they used to make them fit, I guess, in different tracks. You know, as far as to overlap them, stuff like that. That's pretty lazy way, I guess, of going about it. So, although there is a really nice amount of flexibility, I guess, of being able to apply them in individuality like this, it's just super tedious. Is all. You could probably, if you really wanted to, and I had, you know, kind of shown this before too on the streams, you could make a hauler group, I guess, specifically designed for this track within 3ds Max, and spit that out as a model. Even if you did have to group it, chunking out, I guess, in like a couple different parts, you know, a couple different 3DOs, but then that's contoured and specifically designed for that track. You'd have a lot more options, I guess, as far as maneuverability in the viewport of 3ds Max than you would in Sandbox. So that's there's a upside, I guess, to that. I could have necessarily taken that approach too, but I really wanted to be able to test a default model, putting in that into the track and debunking the fact that by being able to add this model that's a default model and it doesn't crash, then it's truly the problem resides, I guess, on those haulers that we already chunked out. So that's really what I'm trying to test here. So it's even though as painful as it is, I guess, to try and use a default model that's an individuality like this, we want that confirmation that that's truly what's happening, I guess, with the reasons why the track is crashing. And this is the only way to do it. So if I was to try and take this model and get that out as a 3DS, I would probably have to recreate that entire model in 3DS, right? And then I would have to make that model based on the contour of where I'm trying to put it. But it wouldn't really be a true test in actuality to confirm it, in my opinion. So we got 3 Kappas. Chavez got 3 Kappas. GG's for Chavez. So yeah, definitely I don't want to discount the fact that if I wanted to make a very simple 3D model of a group of haulers in this area of the track, I could definitely take that approach, right? It'd probably take me just as long to do that as it would, I guess, for me to place them individually like this. Let's put it that way. Probably would take me just as long. So it probably wouldn't really make that much difference if I do it this way, or if I create my own model in 3ds Max, you know, to conform it, I guess, to where I want to put it in the track. Probably take just as long. And even considering it's not even texturing it, you know, not even applying UV mapping, just to create the model of it, get it placed in here and so on. How are we doing here? Not doing too bad. I feel like I'm not putting these close enough to get them all in here. Let's put some more. Let's put a couple on this end. Y'all just going ham on those mini games there. Let's see here. Kind of lose my way in here every once in a while. Trying to earn a paycheck here. You can be there, you'll be at it a while. Definitely be at it there a while. Alright, where are we at now? I know we're getting closer, but not quite. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19. We got 22 so far, so that means we need 16 more? Damn. Just in this spot, at least anyway. Yeah, we said it was 38 here plus 4, right? Yeah. Damn, okay. So I got a lot more to put in yet. Shite. You need a stimulus payment? Oh, good. Yeah, I'm just having to pack these in a little bit tighter so I can make sure I got room. Put these in. Best car audio season since 1995. Man, that long? I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Is that what people spending their stimulus on, I guess? That'd be the last thing I would think of spending stimulus on, but I did not take advantage of that. I did not qualify for it, let's put it that way. I think with all this nonsense that's going on with this COVID and whatever is definitely creating a unprecedented necessity, I guess, to supplement people's incomes, regardless of what, if you were working previously or not. Man, I gotta really cram these things in here. Gotta be able to get all these in there. I didn't realize. Until you start doing the work yourself, you don't really realize as far as how much work is going on there. So I guess I am having to take a little bit. The only reason why I'm doing this is to make sure I can get these all in here. So I obviously need running out of room pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just, you know, clip them into each other like that. We're not really concerned about the look of it. Just want to make sure we can get them all in here is all. Oh, here we go again. Round 2. Got those fingers all nice and rested up now. Showing that who's boss, that's for sure. I'm still not seeing a jackpot yet. Oh, we're getting some close ones there, though. Definitely getting some close ones. All I'm seeing is nothing. I think y'all broke it. You overheated it. Saying the heck with you guys. Oh, 2 bots. That bot one's definitely between the bot emote and the red one there since. Oh, we got 2 Kappas. Oh, there's one. You got it, James. About time, huh? After how many plays? Probably spent 1,000 just to get that. Just like gambling, though, right? Cost you 3,000. 3,000 to get 1,000. You can always check your fluids, I guess, to make sure. Torch has got 78,472. Nice. And James has got 96,369. Alright, let me see how close I am now. Does seem like a lot of haulers though, doesn't it? Alright, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 16. Okay, so 10 more in this spot. And then plus the 4 over here. Damn. Alright. There's a lot of haulers in here. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. I'm gonna run out of room here again. I didn't realize just how tightly packed those ones I took out were. So I tried to reply them here anyway. Quite a few of them in there. Alright, let's see, let's try right down here. Might have to tighten these up just a little bit more. They need to put, last count there, I need to put 5 more in here. Double check once I get these in here. Yeah, I might have to squeeze these in a little bit more. Pack them in there like sardines. Oops. Doing that. Oh yeah. And if anything, it just kind of goes to show, you know, for anybody to have a little bit more appreciation, I guess, as far as just how tedious this process can be. It's not like you just boom, they're in there, done. It's not how it works. Got to create the things and actually get them placed in there. Oops, come on now. Alright, let's see where we're at now. I think I need 2 more in this spot. Double check here. Alright, we got 1, 2, 3. Zoom in a little bit more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, I need 4 more. 4 more I need yet. It's in this spot here. So let me see if I can squeeze these in a little bit more. Squish them together. Gotta get 4 more of them in here. If they clip into each other, I'm not gonna worry about it. Not worried about appearance. We just want to get them the same instances of haulers in this area as we took out. So. OCD's getting the better of me, though, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to make it look halfway decent. Okay. Line them up on a spline. I didn't mean line them up on a spline. Yeah, I mean, if I was to do this from the 3ds Max level, yeah, I'd definitely be able to do that. As far as based on, you know, like the spline of the wall, you know, we actually be able to load the track into the 3ds. You could definitely do it that way. That's another way to do it. But like I said, the only reason why I'm taking this approach is I wanted to be able to test a default hauler untouched and confirm undeniably, I guess, that's those haulers that we had in here previously are causing the issue. See, if I were to make a new model on that, it would probably take me just as long, to be honest. It's me doing this. Alright, so that's 2 there. We'll get 3. We'll see if we'll put one on the other end. So put another one here. Yeah, so just as far as the amount of time it would take to do that in comparison, probably be about the same. Okay. So let's see if I can get one more down on this end. That'll be all 38 in that spot. And I'll double count it just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that would be it. Should be. Whoops, gonna put it on fixed first. Alright, let's recount these up. Whoops. It's a lot of haulers, that's for sure. Especially when they're all the same. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think we're good there. Oh, awesome. Now we need to get those 4 over here. Let's put the 4 over here. Roughly right over in here. Man, y'all getting close on them slots again. I see several instances you got 2 and missing by 1. I think that's the most I've seen people play those mini games since I put those in there, to be honest. Alright, 2 more of these. This will give us a lot of information too as to whether or not if we want to take and create a custom model, I guess, for this area, I guess for these haulers. I mean, it will give us a lot of information. If this works this way, this would be an approach to take. We can use this model here of the truck as a model, as a guide, as far as a reference in 3ds Max to be able to make our own hauler and go from there. So whether to make it as a group so that's contoured and shaped, I guess, to follow that contour of that wall and such, we totally can do that if we wanted to. Okay. 1 more of these. Cool. Last but not least. Okay. So now we got the same number of haulers that we took out back in here. So this is that simplified model based on that default. So now what we want to do is we want to save this. That was a lot of tedious work, but all in the sake of science. Alright, so let's do save as. We're going to do this as new trucks, and I'll do this as a new trucks B. Now what we'll need to do, since we've done it this way, what we need to do is, besides the PTF, we're going to have to apply that 3DO that we added and the 2 textures that go with it into our track. So because those are not applied to the DAT file, right? So anything that we do apply in addition to our PTF, so we'd have to apply. So we need this this one here, and then we need this in truck black, and then the truck black should be. Just gonna find the damn thing. Where are you at? There it is. So right there and right there. So we got those two files. That in truck black and our PTF. So we want to copy all of this. I could have probably sorted that differently. As far as details, it would have been a little bit easier, but that's okay. So do paste. We already tested this one. And we're going to delete this one. We still have that PTF available to us if we want, but alright, so now we need to rename this PTF. Copy that. Rename. Paste. Make sure that it's exactly that's how it'll read this PTF. And when it loads the track, which it will include this 3DO and its accompanying textures. Okay. Moment of truth. So we want to go into our track and try this out. So if the track does not crash with this setup here, we can definitely confirm those team haulers were an issue. Okay. Okay, let me go ahead, turn that off, and we're gonna go back in our game here. Let's minimize that. Let's load our game up. Wheel's still over here. I haven't moved it. Alright, so same test. Single race. One thing we can do to confirm that the haulers are in there is we could probably look at spectator view, something like that, so that gives us a shot in the infield there, just to give some clarification that the haulers that we just placed in there are there. Okay. So let's keep it in practice mode here, and we'll switch this over to let's take initially spectator. Yeah, so we can see the haulers are right there. The haulers that we put in there, they're all right there. That's all I want to do is make confirmation that they are in the track. Okay, so that's confirmed. Steel Crafter, how we doing there? Welcome on in. Hope your Saturday's going well. Just doing a little track testing here. We're doing some debunking, I guess, of things as far as which objects work in our track and which ones don't. And yeah, you're just in time, I guess, for us to test this out. I'm going to do a really quick race of this track with the latest amenities added to it. Yeah, it's been going good here so far. Everybody in chat here has been having a blast, I guess, with playing the slots. We got a few jackpots, I guess, have been rewarded, I guess, to some. So yeah, it's been pretty good. Alright, so we're going to put this right into race mode. And we're starting from the back. That's as we want it.
Drivers,
So here we go.
start your engines!
So we are testing the Dover build created by Torch, that's in the chat here. We are taking it through its paces to see what issues do need to be resolved and or remedied.
I'll call the green there. Nice first hit, and I'll watch in front of you.
So what we're testing here is to see if we do get a crash at desktop.
Get ready.
If we do, then we know what the potential problem is. If we don't get a crash at desktop, then we know we fixed our problem.
Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
Takes them a little bit to get going, but it's just all a part of the AI in this simulation. Oh, we already got caution.
Keep digging. Caution's gonna be
At least
out.
they're reckoning, not
All
me.
the way to the line. Come on. All the way to the line. They're all over the racetrack down the backstretch. Pit road's closed. Pit
Looks like
road's
they must
closed.
have already got a tow truck. They're already cleared out. We got to take the caution here.
Caution's out. Caution's out.
Yeah, so the fact that a caution comes out is actually somewhat of a good thing, because
Point zero
a caution would necessarily, create more things that the game would have to render.
47. Slow down, Junior.
So this is a really good test. So far, we're still going good.
Stay behind.
Get up there, dude.
47.
47. Get your head out of your butt. So yeah, so far we're good. We got one lap in there. Obviously they kind of wrecked on there. I think they already got a tow truck there though, because they're already off the track. Like this is as soon as the accident happened.
Our main pit road will be open this time.
We don't need to pit because we didn't get involved in that, so that's good. So even things like the animated video screens that we got there doesn't seem to be causing an issue.
1 minute 1.080.
Track is really fun to drive on, I guess, once we do get into get into the heat of the battle here.
Stay behind. 47.
Quit falling back there, 47. So far, so good. See you using those caution lights we used in the SVP build, I guess, of the track too. I don't know. Do they still use those types then, or they don't use the Wayland track condition lights? I wasn't sure. Really, that's interesting. Alright, going green here next time.
1 minute 18.7.
We got the Dover Mile here, I guess, if I didn't make that clear enough here. So we're in Dover Downs, Delaware. Monster Mile, as they call it, in NASCAR. Graphics on the walls look really good too. We're gonna be going green here.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. Go get him. Alright, man. Pace cars in.
This is just a short little 20-lap race, so it's not anything that's super long. Yeah, I noticed that too, the 50th anniversary.
Okay.
2019. Oop, helps if I shift. Yeehaw, let's go.
1 minute 1.6 1 3.
Oh god, got a run on him there.
Clear.
Oh, pancake the wall. Got pushed up there on the exit.
0.609. One outside at your door.
I'm gonna get too low because I know what happens. Get that left tire on that apron. Oh god. Hold on to it.
Third high. 24.113. Outside. Stay low there.
Don't hit me. Thank you.
Clear.
You let me go. You backed off.
24.340.
So far, so good. Oh god. Kenny, what are you doing, man? Oh, it's Mike. I'm sorry.
Inside.
Crap.
Clear low.
Didn't want to cause an accident there.
5.193. Clear.
Rattling them up though. This dude, you need to get off the track, guy. He's slow.
Outside. Still there.
Yeehaw. Alright, let's get back into the fight here.
10 to go, next time. 10 to go, next time. 5, keep digging. 23. 8. 3. 7.
You clipping again there, Chavez?
4. 2. 1. 4. Outside.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, I knew that was gonna happen.
High. Tailor's out.
Leaned on him too much.
Caution's gonna be out. All the way to the line.
Son of a
All the way
biscuit
to the
anyway.
line. Pit road's closed. Pit road's closed.
Always gets that side-by-side action there. Come on. Oh crap, that's the leaders.
Caution's out. Caution's out. Go ahead, get caught up. 41.
Yowza. Got all those leaders past me.
8. Stay behind. 11.
See behind the 11 right here, okay.
Defender on it.
Right behind Brett. I think that's Brett Bodine, yep. Probably gonna need some new tires, that's for sure. I'll come in and get 4 fresh ones. Yep, and there's the crash. This is what we didn't want to see. So the fact that it let me go that far. So there's obviously still an issue, I guess, with some of the items in the check, even with having those. This was kind of what I was expecting to happen, to be honest. So the fact that there are still some issues with some of our objects in there. So even with having it in there, let me go that far. Some of the times it's not that instantaneous. Sometimes it'll just happen random. And that's kind of what it was doing for me when I was testing. Previously, that's what I was talking to Torch about, and that's what I had that little chat with him. That was what was happening to me. I was getting not quite to the end, so it is very random in that regard. So it doesn't really care, I guess, as far as where you're at in the track. It's just at some point there, especially under caution, as we were there, obviously, that would necessarily spawn it. So that was probably a good thing, I guess, it did it that way, because that justifies, I guess, as far as what I was trying to explain when it was happening. So, did I get the lucky dog? You know, in NASCAR, the way this simulation works, you don't really get that. You can't apply a command, I guess, for that to be able to get, you know, your lap back, as far as that goes. But that's something special that you got to do. It's not built into the sim. It's a pretty old sim. It doesn't have the same rules that NASCAR use in the modern age. So, yeah, I would have been able to apply the lucky dog, I guess, if I would have been able to continue the. So let me go ahead and turn this back on. But yeah, that's so I wouldn't say specifically it would be that, but it very well could be. But see, this is what the main thing, like I was mentioning, as far as what would need to be addressed, is being able to tone down some of the other objects and make room for those haulers that we put in that position, right? That's basically what would have to happen. And one of those things would be that that infield, that vehicle transporter, I guess, for the track drivers and such, right? So there's a plus side, I guess, to what happened, what we just experienced there. The fact that yeah, we're just able to narrow it down as far as like what we need to tone down. So some of those things that I pointed out earlier, like that you know, that hauler there, I guess, as far as that transporter, and you know, other things like these beer cans that are in victory lane, those can be toned down, things like that. I mean, it's just every little small thing that you can find that's probably in this infield that could be toned down should be considered, I guess, to get toned down. And that's just to make room, like I said, to really just make room, I guess, to put these team haulers in the position that we've got them. Why am I doing it that way? I'm trying to use the WSAD and all that jazz. So yeah, I mean, there could be some detail taken out of this as well. I mean, it's just little things, you know, any little place that you can find to take some detail out. that's what you'd want to look at, I guess, as far as to be able to make room to put these items in here. You know, so that at least confirms that. So even going through all that nonsense that we did as far as to put those haulers in there, that does at least confirm that if we go to add those back in, it's going to make it crash, because there's other models in the track that aren't making room, I guess, to be able to apply those into it. So, all right, so that's one of the things I'll go into next. This is going to be leading into the next segment of the stream here. Once we can determine, I guess, as far as what problem areas do exist, how do we remedy that? So one of the things I want to look into is, like, what can we let me go ahead and hide that. I think I'm done with that. I'm actually going to move the wheel out of the way for now, because we're going to get into the thick of some 3D modeling here. So I do have at least one of those models, I guess, from Torches in, as far as the raw 3ds, just to be able to show the differences of what you get from the starting model to, you know, chunk it out, still have that detail, and then be able to put it back in there and not have that problem. So, okay. Yeah, let me move this wheel out of the way for a second. In fact, I'm going to take a short little bio break, and I will be right back, so don't go nowhere while I'm at it. Yeah, alrighty there, folks. I apologize for that little bit of a delay there. Looks like the playlist did it end on us here. Are we still out there? Is this thing on? I guess my playlist did end here, so let me get that back going. Didn't realize. That was pretty weird. Didn't think we were that close to the end of it. I guess we were. Alright. No problem. Alright, we'll get that back going. Yeah, I just happened to notice outside there, taking that little bit short little bio break there, that the it rained out a little bit. It precipitated? Yeah, that's a word. Alright, so we're going to load up Max here. And we're going to take a look at least one, if not maybe a couple models here. So let's check this out here. Let's go. I don't know why I'm in here. Let me get out of that. Okay, so let's load up 14 here. That sounds good. Still didn't get the wheel out of my way here enough, so pardon the noise. Alright, that's a lot better. So we just get Max to load up here. We take a look at some models then. Everybody still with me here? I know it got kind of quiet. Hope I didn't lose anybody. Appreciate that confirmation there, Torch. Those audio commands are free for anybody in chat to use. Just keep in mind that any one of those use of those audio commands are on a 1 minute cooldown is all. Alrighty then, so we got Max loaded up here. Chavez coming with the pig. Alright, now what did I do with the Torch that sent me earlier a 3DS of one of the models that are in the track. And I want to use that raw file. I don't want to decompile or try to acquire the 3DS based on the 3DO. As far as running the 3D SimEd, we've already shown that in the past. As far as you definitely don't want to go that route when you're trying to establish a 3DS. So if you can get your hands on the raw model for that thing, that's definitely what you want to go with if you have that. So we need to import. I believe I just put this on my desktop. Pretty sure, but let me check it out here. So yep, here it is. So this is model here, and I don't want to convert. There we go. So there's this model, and it should already have the texture mapping and all that good stuff to it. Now it has. With that said, we can check and confirm what textures are applied to this vehicle transporter. So we can go into our hot files here. Yeah, so here it is right here. So this one here, we can open this up in Notepad and get what textures are applied to it. I'm assuming it's only the one texture, but we'll find out here. We'll do a find, do a search for MIP, and yep, just that one texture. So vehicle transporter. So what I want to do, just for pity's sake, we're going to go like this. Open this up in WinMip 2 and get the raw texture, I guess, for that. Oh, you did send a TGA for it? Okay. Well, I can acquire it this way, and I guess that's... I thought I had mentioned it. Maybe I didn't. But there is a means to be able to get it this way. So if you did send one like that, that's fine, too. I can acquire... Oops, let's sort these by name. That's better. Vehicle transporter. So we can open this one up. There's our texture. And I see why you sent me the TGA of that, because it's got some transparency. So see, we don't really need to have... I guess I'm missing. No, we'll take a look at this anyway. So there is one way. Did you send me? Let me double check this now. So yeah, the fact that you sent me the TGA that's going to have that alpha channel in there, that might come in handy. pretty well laid out texture, to be honest, too. Yeah. Pretty nice. A little bit more detail than we actually need for it, though. That's for sure. So let's, let me double check and see if you did send me that. Check my messages. Wait, was that in the zip maybe? Because I got the 3DS for it there. Let's check this out. Find out what's going on. Yeah. Let's see. Because even if it's not, we can always make ourselves our own. Yep, that has just a 3DS. So I don't see the TGA, but that's okay. We can make one. I can run through that process of how to make a TGA. As far as a texture that does have alpha channel in it. So that's not that bad. Yeah, for some reason I'm not seeing it. I just got the 3DS for that, but that's okay. Like I said, I can create one on here. So with this in here, like so, I can go ahead right from this MIP. I can make a TGA like so. Make sure that's selected in here, that swath that I want to be transparent, and then I can go ahead and spit that out. And I'm gonna put this right on my desktop, and I want to keep it that name. Yep. Spit that out. So that should have, that'll have the transparency now. The way I'll be able to tell this, if I load this up in Max and I get that image alpha is selected in that texture, then I should be good to go. Alright, so from here we got our model loaded up. Open up material editor. Okay, and we're going to pick this sphere. We're going to go into standard. And standard here. Okay, now when we load this in here, this texture, from me saving it as a TGA in the WinMip 2, it should have, when I load this in here, it should have an image alpha. As far as the, so I'll show that here once I get that loaded. So we gotta navigate to that texture on our desktop. I did clean the desktop up a little bit, so it's not quite as messy as it's been in the past. So with that selected there, I'm going to apply the selection, and all that mapping is there. And it already has that image alpha right here already selected. This is what I wanted to show. So the fact that we did create that texture correctly in WinMip 2, this will automatically be selected. If you don't have this option to be able to turn, even to select that, then the texture wasn't created properly. So the fact that I can be ensured that this texture does have a transparency in the form of an alpha channel into it. So there's all the texture applied to the model, same thing as we see in the track. And one of the things that I had discussed with Torch, now you can see some of the areas as far as where that transparency is applied, which there isn't really much transparency in here, but we can use a lot more of that transparency by optimizing this model, right? So one of the things we can do, for example, is on these tires, these wheels, we can make them less 3D and make flat plane for that, for example. So what I can do in this case, for example, just in one wheel, for example, I can go into here. This says, let's convert this to an level poly, actually. Okay, and then polygon. Let's select all these polys here. See where we're at. So I can already tell right off the bat we got some n-gons in here, which is usually not a good thing. Don't really want to have that if we can help it. Whoops. Next I'm selecting that. So we don't really need these, I guess those are supposed to be axles there. That's something else that could probably be taken out. Alright, let me select this a little bit different here then. I want just these wheels here. In fact, let me switch it over to this. Yeah, let's do it this way. Yeah. Yeah, so these, if these were considered to be like off-center, they probably don't really need to have those in there. I mean, we could probably keep them in there. That might not be too much of an issue. That's probably not too bad. We'll try some things out and see. Alright, so there's for one wheel. For one wheel here we have 73 polys in one wheel. So when we do this in multiplicity, you know, at that level, that's not really too bad by itself. But in multiplicity, we don't really need that much detail, right? So I think what I am going to do is, let's see, how can I do this? I think I'm going to detach this one, and then the rest of these I'll just go ahead and delete them. I'll still have this at my disposal, right, in the scene. You only need 2 axles for... Is that for a try, not 3? I don't know how that works, I'll be perfectly honest, as far as on a triaxle. I know I've worked quite a bit on tandems, and that it does usually require 2 third members, and then you've got the drive shaft, I guess, between the 2 of them. So as far as how this works on I have no idea. I'm not an expert at that. Okay, so I want to detach this like so, and I'll just put this as wheel. We'll do trailer wheel. We'll do trailer wheel, and I'll do camel lettering. That sounds good. Cool. So now that's separated. Now all these other ones, these other wheels, I can just delete. I'll be able to use that as a clone if I wanted to, just so I have one of the wheels, I guess, at my disposal. What I'm gonna attempt to do here is just make a flat plane. Excuse me. Good, had a clear throat there. So yeah, what I'm going to attempt to do here, as I was saying, is create a flat plane along this and remove a lot of this, all this detail. I guess as far as we don't really need all that there. As far as for this type of model, I'm going to go similar to what is going on with the truck. You know, as far as just a flat plane for that, and then just go from there. Okay. So yeah, let's take out the rest of these. So I can probably go so far as to get that separated out. I guess if I get that axle, what's a makeshift axle anyway, if I delete that out, that would be okay, I suppose. Let's actually get one of these anyway. I want to keep one of these in here. So let's do this. I done talked myself into it. So we're kind of like right underneath the trailer now. It's a lot of detail in this thing. Alright. But as I say, we don't really need that much detail on this type of an infield object. It's not really in clear view. Okay, so that's all highlighted. Let's detach that. And we'll call this trailer axle. Do trailer axle. Now, the only reason why I guess I'm keeping that is I can have something to fall back on that's already mapped to that texture that's applied to this model. So that's just for something to fall back on. So I can definitely just go ahead and hide these. I'll hide that. What the heck? Hide. There we go. There. Now the rest of this I can just go ahead and delete as far as the axles and the tires go. Okay. So I can do a simple drag select. Let's switch it back to here. Select all those. Whoops, gotta get into polygon now. Let's go like that. That looks good, so I'll just spank that all out. Cool. So now I have that in my scene as far as what's hidden if I do want to put those back in. Right? So I got the axle and that wheel. Yeah. Cool. Something to refer back to if I want to put that back in there. Okay, so now what I want to do is all this stuff here, I want to chunk this out and basically just make an extension off of this flatbed part here and just extend that down to the ground. Probably just bring it down to 0. Same level as probably this is at. Let me check this actually. Is this vert down here, is that at 0? No, it's not. That's interesting. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. We're going to put our pivot right on that one there, so we're going to affect the pivot. Okay, so we'll do affect pivot. I'm going to put this on vertex snap like this. Turn our snaps on, and our pivot's right over here, so we're going to pin that right to that corner. Okay, now from here we'll be able to turn the snap off, bring that down to 0. So it wasn't too much up in the air, but it was just a little bit. So that's bringing that down to 0. So now we'll have a reference to be able to extend this side down to 0. Bring it all the way to the ground. Okay. And I'm going to leave, I think what I will, I don't know, we'll play around with this a little bit and see what looks good and what doesn't. But what I'm thinking is I can create an area on the texture. In fact, let's apply a UV map. So put this all together. Let's apply a UV unwrap and see where everything's mapped onto our texture. And we can see what areas that we can necessarily apply transparent panels, I guess, onto this and remove all this 3D modeling and just apply it as a flat plane with some transparency on it. All right. So if we go, I'm going to use my little shortcut here. Okay. And then we want to open up our window. So there's everything textured. That's where our wire's at. So we can see where everything is mapped. Actually done pretty well. Now, because I spanked out all that business, I guess, for the wheels, that's not going to have anything on there. So that's obviously freely available. We probably may only need to have... let's see, how does he got this here? I see what you did. So he's got the tries in there, so he set those all up. Okay. Definitely can see how you did that. That's pretty cool. So if we wanted to make an area based on this, we'd have to make a separate texture, for example, and create an area that has the wheels in it, as well as the side that might have some transparency. Okay. So in theory, what we could do is adjust this texture, and that could be easily done too, so that we can redesign this so it's not using it in this fashion. So we can take better better use, I guess, of this transparent area, right? So let's open up our texture. What did I do with that? That's on the desktop, that's right. So let's minimize this down. We're going to get into our texture here. And we're going to open this with our Paint Shop Pro. Awesome. And then what I want to do here, first of all, I want to promote this to a layer. Alright, and then I could do this one of two ways. And I think one of the ways I'm going to do this, I'm going to take my eyedropper and I'm going to choose that color. I want that to be transparent. Or I can use my magic wand and spank out all that that magenta that's in the background. I think it would be easier since it's kind of spread out on this thing. I'm going to use my eyedropper and populate that in both swaths here. And then this texture is 1024 by 1024, so I'll make a new image based on that same size. Nope, I saw a jackpot. James got another jackpot. 300 units on the sad face. And he's still going. He's like, I don't care. Give me more. I want the robots again, dang it, right? I'm sure that's probably what he's going for. He's going ham on it. Okay, so now what I've got is I got a duplicate image that's the same size as my parent image here. I've got that populated in both slots there. So now what I can do is I can do an edit, copy this parent image, and then edit, paste as transparent, and put that right into this one. That should put that right in that spot. So what it's doing is it's taking out all that background magenta that I chose with the eyedropper. Okay, so now from here, I can redesign this texture. Okay. Did you get another one yet? That's all I can see. Oh, there's another sad face. You got another 300 units. That's 2 of the sad faces in a row. That's pretty funny. So it's all you're getting is the sad faces. That's what I've seen so far. I'd have to scroll up there, but it's the only ones that I see. Alright, so what we'll do, we're going to take this part of the texture, and I'm going to cut this out. Currently, we're not using this area of the texture at all. So we took all those pieces out, right? But we still have that parent image that still has it in there. And we're going to still keep that for our reference. Okay? So I'm going to cut all this out, edit, cut, and paste that into a new image. Like so. So we still got this available to us. Now we're going to rework this area to be able to accommodate what we want to do here in our model, which is to make a flat plane and take advantage of that transparency, you know, as far as that magenta background. Okay, this might be a little bit tricky, but we'll see. That's at least to get it started, at least anyway. So now what we need to do is we need to chunk out. I'll detach all these bars that are hanging off below the flatbed, and then I'll build that poly, you know, from this edge down to the ground to 0. Now that we got that zeroed out, and we'll go from there. You got about a wash. Oh, as far as how much you played in comparison. Damn. Let's see, I sent you the picture of that hauler from Dover on Discord. I don't really need the picture of it. I can, all I'm going to do, but, you know, it's cool that you did. Yeah. Right. Okay. Basically, all I'm going to do is based on what you've got here, I'm just going to remove, this unwrap and just apply a flat plane coming down from off of this edge, this bottom edge of the flatbed down. It'll make sense, more sense here in a minute. That's crazy though that you spent. Did you spend 600 units of fluid? I guess that's crazy. All right, so we're gonna collapse this down. Okay. Now what I want to do, and again, I'm not trying to delete every little piece out of here as far as just to chunk all that out. I want to maintain it, but that way I can bring it back if I want to. So let's do this. I think I should be able to do, let's put this in orthographic, that's for sure. Definitely want to put that in orthographic, yes. Much better. Okay, so let's polygon. I'm going to do a drag select of all these polys on the bottom here, like so. Just like that. And all I'm going to do is just attach these. Okay, just making sure I got nothing more than just these pieces here. Okay, that looks good. So now I'll detach that. And we're going to call these, I don't know. We'll do this, let's call it undercarriage. We'll call it undercarriage. Cool. So now we'll be able to hide that. Like so. Now we're left with just this. Now from here, I'm going to take this edge, and I can probably do these simultaneously too. In fact, that's probably what I'll do. I'm going to do this simultaneously. So by simultaneously, I can take Actually, all these edges, the bottom edges of this flatbed here, if you want to call it that, and be able to extend those down. Okay, so let's go into edge, grab that edge, this edge. We got a little piece here too, it looks like. Make sure we get all these bottom edges here. Oh, I know something I also wanted to, and I guess I can bring that back as far as them tires. I said they had 73 polys per, so we had 6 tires, for example. Do the math on that as far as like how many polys we started off with and then what we end up with at the end of it. Alright. Stolen. Huh? There you go. Yeah, so how many plays did it take? I guess you get that 1,000 though. That's what's crazy. Finally got the 3 bots. 438 polys. Yeah, I haven't done the math yet, but yeah, if we do the math, that's what it would be. So if we do 73, what was it, 73 polys per wheel times 6. Let's do that math here real quick. So times... Chavez did all those... Wait a minute, you did all those spam? Wait, you're the one that got the jackpot though, right? They're, yeah, so 438 just in the wheels. But also, if we add to the polys that we hid there, I'll get that here in a second. I'll have to add that to it. So based on what we start with and what we end up with, that's what we want to check. Okay, so I got all these bottom edges of this here. Okay. And I'll probably be able to remove some polys in here too. There's some polys in here that we definitely probably don't need. Yep. But this will be a good start anyway. You got 100K? That's not what I'm showing. You got 98,496. What are you looking at, James? You're closer to 100K. Yeah, you didn't quite hit it yet. Yeah, definitely working your way up to it, that's for sure. You're that much closer. Okay, so we got all those edges selected. Some of these polys, or these edges that are in here, I'm probably going to get rid of those. Because those are all going to be not visible. So I'll probably take those out. So let's just go with what we got here. So I'm going to do, with all those selected, I'm going to do a shift drag down. It's going to look a little funky, that's okay. Alright, now on all these vertices that we just created this poly from, we're going to zero these out. Zero all these out. Because if you remember, we did zero that out here based on this corner, right? Okay. Now, I could do this all at once. In fact, let me go ahead and do that. I'll grab all these vertices on the bottom edge here and just zero those all out. So let's go like this. Oh, let's make sure that's all we're getting. And zero them out. Cool. So we should be, in theory, good to go. Oh, wait a minute. Something happened here. What happened here? Something goofed up. Alright, let me take this completely back. I'm going to select them all at once. That definitely goofed up there, so let's do it like this. Back to square one. So let's select all these like so. There we go. And now we'll zero them out. There. That should be better. Cool. So now we got that all zeroed out. Cool. So we got our flat planes for that. Now we could also... let me see where do we got all this mapped. So I can probably get a rough idea where it is based on the texture. Looks like it's probably right here. Okay. Yep, so based on this ramp and these treads that are on here, more than likely probably map to this part of the texture. Okay. And I think just to confirm that, I'm going to apply the unwrap again. Let's do this, and I'm going to go into polys. And let's see where that's at. So that one is like that. Yep, right over there. So let's bring in our texture. Yep, so it is right on that spot. So it looks like he's got the flatbed part on this here, and then the ramp on this part. Okay, good to know. Okay, now there are some additional polys, or yeah, as far as some stuff in there we don't need anymore down here, so that's not going to be visible. So we can probably take a lot of that out. So that's probably what we'll do. All right, so let's collapse this down, so we got an idea of where everything is at. What I am going to do is take out some polys here. I'm going to reestablish some new polys. Okay, so let's go here. Yeah, so first off, let's take that out. And then we got all these little slats that are in here, and we don't need those anymore. Don't need none of that. Take that out, that out, that out. Okay. I do like the idea behind this, that's for sure. Okay, so we're just hauling that out. Okay. Now, what we can do, we got that hollowed out there, we can take either one of these edges on either side here and extend that across. But we do have kind of a break in the edges here, so we want to make sure we get all that we need to have. Let's see. Okay, so that's still good there. How's it on this end? Okay, so I guess that is good there. So all I need to, yeah, okay, take that back. So all we need is this edge right here, and then we can do a shift drag of that over and just make that a flat plane. Okay, so what I'll end up doing as I do this, I'll save this as a new scene. Once I get this all done, we'll be able to compare how many polys were in the model at the start and then what we finish with. Just to kind of, let's see, my lever arm is tuckered out. I can imagine. Oh, you got the, got another one. So you got the robot, the sad face twice that I saw, and now the little red guy. There you go. Tuckered out. Alright, so I got that edge selected. Let's do a shift drag this out, and then I'm going to vert snap that to this corner. Just flattening all this stuff out. This I can already tell you is going to remove quite a bit of polys between the wheels and just what was there. Okay. And of course it'll definitely need to be retextured. That should be a given. Why are you trying to snap there? Goofy thing anyway. There we go. Now, just make sure that's all the way across. Cool. So now that's all filled in. So now we got our side skirts, you know, our panels for that. Now, we can't necessarily apply that transparency on the sides here to give that what we had previously with the 3D. We can apply that same way, so we have, if we wanted to, right? And we have that area of the texture to work with here as far as that having a well, in fact, let's do this. I want to add another layer, and we're going to put that underneath here, and then we're going to put that magenta color behind there. So now we got the two separate layers for that. So this is the area we're going to work with as far as to apply that. Alright, gents, I'm hitting the bid. Oh, time for bid? One of them days, huh? I appreciate you sticking around there, James. Hope you gained something there. We'll have to make sure we get you... We have to get with either myself or Torch, I guess, as far to get you a copy of this, as far as whatever we get revised here. But I think we're in the step in the right direction, at least, anyway. Okay. Let's see here. The other thing I'm tending to wonder too is, should we keep these, so we narrow this down, or could we just leave it like that? I'm gonna try just leaving it like this, you know, these ramps here for, like that for now. I think that'll be okay. What I do want to establish is an area of the texture here that has at least 3 wheels. So we'll put that on one half, and then the other half we'll use to fill in all the structure that's down below that flatbed. You know, as far as the surface part of the trailer. Okay. Let's see. So let me grab a set of 3 of these. Like so. Alright, I'm going to do an edit copy. I'm going to put this in here as a new layer. Let's make sure we're in this layer. Paste. New layer. Okay, we'll put those in right here. So that's going to be our guideline, I guess, for the flat wheels, I guess, that go on the side. Okay. So we'll have some transparency, I guess, in that wheel, and that'll probably be okay. And then this other part here, we're going to keep that as what we map the side of this, you know, that skirt that we applied here. That's what we want to use that for. It's between that and probably the 2 ends. Okay. Just to give some clarity on that. So, I'm going to need to apply another unwrap. In fact, I need to save a new texture based on this idea. I think what I will do, at least for now, I want to establish at least something in here. So let's put. Could probably eliminate some of the treads. Good point. Good point, because those treads were obviously used for the for those tires. Yep. So I can probably move some of these out there, because none of this we're using, right? I'm gonna apply this unwrap here again just to kind of show that too. Let's turn that snap off. All right. So let's use my shortcut here. Let's see what's going on here. So if we go polygon, and let's go open up our editor. Okay, I'm bringing in our texture. So yeah, we can clearly see what we're not using as far as tread anymore. So between all that, we already chunked out. We got these sets of treads here now. I'm not sure where these are. Let me see where these are. We can highlight these and find out what those are. That looks like it's somewhere on the 5th wheel. That's what it's looking like. You can see where that's highlighted here. Yep, so that's on the bottom half of the 5th wheel here, it looks like. Alright, let's see. We could probably move that. Do another, so we're not using anything over here. We could probably move that over there. That's just a black. So if we want to move that, we could do that. So just to kind of, so I'm assuming all this is probably, whoops. Let me undo that here for a second. I want to see what this area is here. That is... Okay, that's interesting. So majority of that we could probably definitely put in a different spot in the texture. Okay. Between these 2 areas. Let's put these, I'm going to put these are kind of spaced out here. It's not, it's definitely not a wrong approach to it, but we got so much unused space here, right? So I want to kind of put it like this. I'll put this one here, put this one up here. put all this business up in here. That way we can free up the treads and see where these are at. That's another part of the fifth wheel. Yeah. So these are all related parts anyway, so we can put this all up in here. See where are these at. So these are like the edges right here. Okay. Yeah, so we can still keep these pieces all relative to each other in a different area of the texture. Like so. And then we have all this space that we can use now too. Nice. Okay, so let's modify our texture again. We're gonna take majority of these treads out of here. Again, I'm just gonna chunk them out. I'm not gonna delete them, just so we have them still at our disposal. So let's do this. Okay, we'll do an edit cut. Whoops, I'm in the wrong layer. Dang it. Helps when you're in the layer, the proper layer. This layer right here. Definitely helps when you're in the proper layer. Cut that out, and we'll paste that into a new image, like so. Shading is more, yeah, it's a little bit different shading. I noticed that too, but I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue. You can always change it in your texture too, just to get these areas freed up so we can get them out of the texture. Free all that up. Okay. Now we got all this room now. So I'm gonna make some more adjustments here. So in our tires, where we put our tires, I'm gonna move those up. Yeah, let's move these up. Like so. See, now we'll have all this to work with as far, and even up in there if we need it. Okay. And we're still keeping all these parts that we're chunking out. Shows off the fifth wheel. Yeah, so I think it might look a little bit better probably with that. As far as having an offset black. Kind of gives you an idea what that looks like with that moved. Doesn't look terrible, that's for sure. Alright, so I think what I want to do, so that's another area that we chunked out. Whoops, we chunked out of the as far as the treads that are on this flatbed, we took those out, so those are now available to us too. So what I think what I'll do is on this plane, this new plane that we created here, this new poly, go like this. You know, may have to do a quick planer on this, but let's see. Yep, so there's that edge right there. We're going quite quick planer on that, and it's kind of cockeyed. So let's try a flat map. That looks better. I like that. So now just turn this that way, and we can see, let's see if I can get this in the picture here. We can see how it's oriented on that there. So this is the proper orientation. So we got the tires, you can see those right here. So as far as that goes, we want it in that orientation, because we want to put it over here where these tread marks over here for that flatbed, the corrugated or whatever that is there. So we want to put it over in this spot. Want to reuse this part of the texture like so. So this part of the texture could probably be edited, I guess, to accommodate that a little bit better. It might be a little bit big, and that's okay. At least we can get some texture onto it. But that gives you somewhat of an idea how that'll work. Okay, so at least we got texture on that for now. That can be adjusted in a little bit here. Let's see what we can do for, we want to apply something to our texture to apply some type of I want to say a skirt, I guess, for the side, right? Let's see here. I want something that's going to be noticeable, you know, as far as we can always adjust it, the texture as we go. Yeah, and that's what I'm going to get to that, as far as like be able to put some transparency, I guess, in that if we want. We definitely have that ability, I guess, with this texture with the alpha channel in it. That's for sure. Let's I want to create another layer. That's what I want to do for these skirts that I want to construct here. So for these skirts, for the sides there, I want to do it like this. Let's try it with this color. And I'm doing this all in a separate layer, so construct them like this. And this is just going to be a rough draft. I'll be able to adjust the texture as I go. This is not to be considered, I guess, a final draft. This is just to get something established in our texture. Oh crap, I got an alias on? Crap. I think I did. Yep, sure did. Okay. Let me redo this. Add the alias on. I didn't mean to have that on. Let's redo that. Did not want the alias on. I'm not really too worried if it's crooked and all that stuff right now. I just want to establish the texture. I can always tweak it as I go. I just want to get a texture applied. I guess there are new polys on our skirts. That's for lack of a better way to put it. There we go. Okay. Then I'm gonna clone this and edit paste selection. Okay. Plenty of room for that. So I probably don't even need it that big, but we'll see. Just to have something there. So we got that, and let me try something here while I'm at it too. I'm gonna take and split this up. Change mark gray. Might just slip the diamond. Rotate the tire 90 degrees. What do you mean rotate the tire? You don't really need to do anything with the tire. That should be good just like it is. Alright, let's do this. I'm going to... Wait, which layer am I in here? I want to maintain that one there. So let's get into the proper layer, number 1. Copy that. And I'm going to put this in another layer. Yeah. And several layers here. I want to make sure we got enough adjustability in this. Paste as... Actually, I'll do the new image. Copy that into this layer. Like so. So what I want to do here is actually add a little bit of separation here. I'm going to take out from the parent image once I get this put in place. So I'm going to add a little bit of a spacing in there. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll also go edit paste, new selection. Let's put one on this side. So let's... There we go. And now from this layer, I'm going to take that completely out. There. So that'll create some separation there. Now, I'll probably still have to adjust that tread. And actually, I'm going to be adjusting that, I guess, on the ramps too. So I'll probably have to remap that. That's okay. We're okay, because I'm actually cutting into, I guess, the ramps that are up on it too, because I only had the one part, so I'll be able to remap that. That's not a big issue. Okay. think this is a pretty good start here for the textures. I'm going to go ahead and save this as a new template for that. So we'll go PSD. And we'll do this as vehicle underscore transport. Keep these all named the same. Boom. Now we'll be able to layers, merge, all flatten. We're going to do a file, save as, and I'm going to save this as a bitmap initially here. And load that up into WinMap 2, and then we'll save that. We'll save over that. I'll probably make a copy of that TGA, the original TGA, before I do that though. Okay. It'll make sense once I get there. So let's go bitmap first. Like so. I just want to confirm on the desktop here we got that bitmap. So here's our new layered texture. I'm going to make a copy of this bad boy. Okay. And then I'll be able to save over the top of this one. So at least I know I have that original texture here as a TGA. So here's our bitmap. Now I'm going to open this. Open WinMap 2. Okay, and it'll be on our desktop. So I want this one, and we're going to make a TGA out of this. So we're going to go TGA, left shift, and select that swath, like so. With that selected, like that. So I'm going to do a file, save as, and I'm going to step right on that original one. So I still got the copy. That didn't ask me to replace. That kind of worries me. What happened there? Oh, did I? Oh, I did it transporter. Gotcha. Okay, I did okay, no problem. That was a problem from the bitmap. Okay, no problem. Let's do this. So I did it as transport, not transporter. Okay, no problem. Let's delete this right here. I wonder why it didn't ask me what to overwrite. Alright, so let's close WinMap 2. We're going to start over with this. Alright, so save this as transporter. Okay, I'll save that. I should put that on desktop, so it'll be a separate bitmap. So not this one. Put that out of the way. Okay, now I want to open this one with WinMap 2. Open transport. There we go. Now it should give me the option to overwrite that once I switch this over to TGA. Left shift that swath, make sure that's in there. File, save as. Now it should ask me to overwrite. Yes, that's what it's. So I want to overwrite that. So we still got that copy of the original. Cool. Now what this should do, and at this point, it should load this new texture into Max. So now our new texture should be in here. I'll have to update it here. There we go. Now we've got that new texture applied to the model. So, and the way I can tell is it's got this split that I put in here, and it may not necessarily line up, and that's okay. So you can adjust that mapping. But see, I did touch the ramps here, so I can always redo that. That's no problem. Alrighty then. Yeah, so we got the texture, at least the new texture. Now what I want to do is I want to map these skirts here. So I think I'm going to leave this like it is. I'm only going to touch that new poly that I added here. So like in between these little posts here, that's all I want to select. That right there. I'm going to keep this the way it is. Alright, so let's select that. That should show up in here on that edge. We're going to do a quick planar. That actually turned out pretty good. Cool. And I'm going to put that in one of these spots right here. And this is just placeholder for now, right? Just placeholder. I'm going to show some magic here in a second here once I get this poly matte to this part of the texture, at least anyway. Alright, so now we've got that part of the texture mapped to that skirt. Okay. And we'll do the same thing on this side. Now, I want to leave some room too, so we got these ends here too, right? So I probably want to leave room on the texture, I guess, for those. Because what I'm potentially going to try and do here is apply some transparency to this part to make the cutouts for the wheels. Things like that. We're going to see how it looks. May not look that good, so that's what we want to find out. Okay. So let's select that. And that one's right there. We'll do another quick planer. And put that in this spot. Now, the other thing I can do, since we're not applying any animated occlusion to this at all, we could probably overlap these two and leave this area here for the ends, and vice versa. So, could necessarily do that too. In fact, I might just do that. I don't know if that would be a wise choice or... Yeah, we could probably try that. Now that I think of that, that might be not a bad idea. Let's try this. Let's try that. We'll put both these, the major part of the skirts in this part, and we'll do the end caps in this part. I could even put the end caps here. I mean, there's a lot of versatility in this for sure. Okay. So put those there, and then on these end caps, those are right there. We'll do a quick planer on that. Let's put those down here. Okay, and then we'll get the other end. Oh yeah, there's plenty of room. The fact this is only a 1024, I mean, that's even better. Alright, so that should be over here. Yep, so do a quick planer. And again, we can do the same thing as far as just overlap that to this one here. Still lots of room. Alright. Now, from here we can also see where we've got that. What I might do is actually spit out a wire here so I can see where the ramps, the texture for the ramps start and begin. That way I can adjust the texture to only have that split on the bed part and not on the ramps, right? So it's yeah, let me do that next here. So what I'm gonna do is go to tools. I'm gonna render UV template 1024 by 1024. Perfect. Render. That's gonna spit that over here, and I'm gonna save this to the desktop here as a PNG, and I'm just gonna save this as wire. Okay, do that, and we want to have that alpha channel. Yes, thank you very much. Close that. Now we can apply this wire to our texture. Whoops, and get to the right location here. There's our wire. And then all I want to do is just to make sure I got the right yeah, we're gonna fix a lot of this stuff up here, so we'll see. Wow. I just want to make sure I've got this pinned in each corner. Okay, so that corner should be okay. What about this corner? Actually, that should be pretty good. So that should give us, so we got two opposing corners. We got that to the extreme there. That should be good. Alright, so let's do an edit copy. And we're going to need to back this up again so we get the layers back. And then let's go to the extreme top. Edit paste as new layer. Cool. Yep, so there's our wire on there. So now at least I can adjust that area of this here so that it doesn't touch the ramps. Okay. And I still have that, let's close this out. I still have this here to work with. I need to put those back in there. So let's do an edit copy. Now I have, let's see here. Just gotta remember where my base texture, that's right here. Okay, cool. This is our base texture, so I'm going to apply that back to the base texture. Paste as new selection. And I'll be able to cut some of this back out. Let me turn off that one, and I'll go strictly by the wire. Okay. Zoom this out a little bit, and I'll be able to adjust this accordingly. So I'm basically going to put this right back to the way it was in the first place. And then I'll adjust it on this part here. Using that wire, I'll be able to know where to cut that off. Okay. That is not too bad there. Now we'll do an edit paste. Selection. Put another one in here. Like so. Should have gray on both sides. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing I was wondering. Is first I have gray on both sides, so I'll have to flip this, I guess, obviously. All right, no problem. We can do that. Let's do this. So I'll do an image mirror. Copy that. And paste. New selection. Like so. Yeah, that makes more sense. Let's see here. Oh, I see what it. I see what's going on. I see what's going on. That should be pretty good right there, I think. We can always adjust that. Okay. So now from here, what I can do is on this layer, I can cut this out from this point up. I don't want that in here. Okay. Now that that at least reestablishes, I guess, the ramps. Now from here, I'll turn back on this layer. Now I got the split in here and not in that. I'm going to readjust this as well while I'm at it. So obviously, like you said, that needed to have the gray on either side. So we'll adjust that accordingly. So let's make sure we get in the right layer. That's our wheels. Whoops, I'll have to cut out in this layer. Oh. Trying to make sure I got the right layer. Okay, so that layer we want to cut out from here down. There we go. Now we can readjust this half here. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I think what I'll do is I'll do it like this. Let's do it like this. So I'll move this over like so. And now we grab this one. Whoops. Put it at this one right here. In fact, I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah, let's do it this way. And we'll mirror that. Copy that. Paste it in. Yeah, this will work. That looks a little bit off, I guess. We'll see how that looks, though. Okay, so now I've got that separate layer for that. So that's for the flat, and then I got for the ramps, which is basically right back into the main texture. That's all I was going for there. Cool. All right. God dang it. Excuse me. Yeah, drink. Alright, pardon me about that, folks. Okay, so we'll go ahead. I'm going to mark this as wire. So I can turn that off. And then I'm also going... Ooh, got a gap in here. How did that happen? Oh, that's probably how much I'm off there. Okay, hold on. That's going to be in this layer. Yep, so I thought that's where I saw that was off there. That's how much it's off right there. Cool. We'll fix that. Here, let's chunk this out. We're gonna get that fixed up. Take that mirror out of there. I think this is the other one, actually, though. Ah, I can always trim it down. I got the two on the workspace there, so... Yep, this is the long one. That's alright. Well, I'll chunk it off. That's okay. Now, up here, I did want to have that gap in there, so I'll apply that once I get this lined up down here. Alright, so now I should have... Yep. So let's turn the wire back on, and we want to cut it off from here down. There we go. Now, that wire off. Now it's off this way. What the freak, man? Can't seem to get that to line up. How the hell? Alright, let's go like this. Let's go back in here. It's a goofy thing anyways. At least I can tell where that's at there, so I'm going to try this one. Let's try it this way. Those don't have to line up. I want them to line up, though. That bugs me. So let's do it like this. That bugs me that they don't line up. Okay, we'll try it that way. That's in the so that part there is in the main texture, as far as the part of the main texture, like so, and then this one is on the flatbed. So that kind of bleeds into. Wait, where's the wire? Oh, how did that happen? Did I cut too much out? Crap. Ah, damn it. Yeah, see, that's going to be the flatbed part right there. But yeah, on this bottom part, this portion right here, I didn't extend that out. So let me do this. Let me go ahead and that layer. That bugs me that it doesn't match. So let's grab some of this. Copy. And we'll fill it in like this. Zoom in on that. OCD is getting the better of me is all. That's not too bad there. Let's try that. Yep, I'm going to put that in there as soon as I get this figured out. So I'm going to do copy. So basically what I was attempting to do here, this gap that's already on the ramps here, I'm going to apply that same amount of gap. It's not going to be a real big gap, right? Just enough of a gap. Okay, so let's zoom out on that. So now from here, while I'm still in that layer, yeah, I want to put a gap in here. Actually, let's turn the wire off. Yeah, so I'll be able to use this little gap here that's on the ramps, which it's already has. It's got its own 3D gap, right? So I just go like this, all the way up this. Come on. And then cut that out. Maybe a little bit bigger than that. Hold on. Let's try that again. I want it a little bit thicker than that. That's a start. We'll try that. So it's got a gap in there now. Right. That's what that will now. So now that basically what I was trying to do is get it lined up with this split right here that's on the ramps. So now they got those separated out. So that part's the deck, and this part is the ramps, like so. Okay. Now we've got that to work with. So I'm going to go ahead and save this as a layer template onto our desktop. Save that as a PSD. So I'm going to have two PSDs out here now. One with transport, one with transporter. That's okay though. Okay, now we want to layers, merge all, flatten, file this and save it as a bitmap. Like so. Yes, I'm going to overwrite that. Now we can go to our desktop where we save that. And don't need that wire. This is our new PSD. This we want to open up. Let's double check that. Yep, that's good. Open this up in WinMap 2. Okay. And we want transporter. Yep, and it's got that gap in there. That's what we want. Okay, choose this swath. File, save as. Overwrite our previous TGA. Yes, and that should load in max. And I think my playlist is done over again, so let's start that back up. There we go. Kilobytes. Alright, so now we've got our new texture. This is still the original texture before we touched any of it. Okay. Now, check out Max. We should have our new texture applied in here. We're going to update it in our window here. Cool. Yep, so now we've got that split that shows on our flatbed here. Cool. Now, if we want to make it bigger, we can do that, but one of the things I notice, okay, it's got the gray there. Should it not have the... I was thinking the gray part was going to line up. Okay, well, we can always adjust that as far as to flip those. I mean, for starters, that doesn't really look too bad. This is a little bit overscaled, I guess. And by overscaled, it's just... Obviously, it's not the same scale, I guess, as this up here, but other than that... Alright, let's do our side skirts here. I'm going to apply, at least attempt to anyway, I'm going to apply some transparency for the cutouts where the wheels would go. So again, we want to, whoops, good grief. Alright, let's do this. Bring our wire in here so we can see where we got all that mapped based on that wire. So what I want to do is go into that layer where I applied. That is right there. Yep, so that's this layer. So I want to make an area that has the wheels in there. Okay. So what I'm wondering here is, do I want to make the wheels smaller? Okay. Think of something here. Yeah, grand both sides of the diamond plate. Oh, it did. Okay. So that might have been just failure on my part. I guess I can always adjust that. Alright, so I didn't really want to have to resize those wheels, so let me think here. I could do a cutout. I could do that too. Based on, let me see here. Let's do this. Let's do this. So I'm going to collapse this unwrap down. Okay. Then we got it to that point. And I want to unhide this undercarriage. Yeah, that's what I was hoping it would do. So I can get an idea of what type of gap. So if I wanted to, I can make a gap, you know, a cutout into this skirt that same size here to fit those wheels in there, and I can make a separate poly just to handle the wheels there. So it would end up being a Boolean cut, let's put it that way, and I'd be able to map those wheels into that spot. Oh, okay, no problem. So that's what I'm thinking I would probably do here. I'm going to apply a Boolean cut based on this opening here for the wheels, based on that original design. So yeah, let me do that. I'll make a simple box. Let's do it like this. Make a box. Alright, and then we'll put this up into position here. Get it sized up and get it roughly the size of this opening, you know. You don't have to be perfect, obviously. It's actually not looking too bad so far. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Let's go into here. Oops. I want to cut this all the way through, nice and clean. Yeah. So length. That doesn't look too bad. I'll probably go a little bit shorter. I keep going back and forth with this thing. I can probably just tick it up instead of dragging it like I am. That's actually not too bad like that. Now I want this to go all the way through to the other side, like so. Okay. And we want to make sure we're extended down enough. So the height of it, extend that out. So the top of that would be something like that. Cool. And I think what I will do on this is I'm going to apply edible poly, and I'm going to remove this poly on the bottom, like so. That'll work. So that'll cut that part of the skirt out of there to make that opening for the wheels. Now, I'm not going to remove that poly. I'm just going to cut that area. That's going to be the area that's going to be defined where the wheels will go. All right? Okay. As far as that part of the texture for the wheels. So, let's, I'm going to save this scene with all this work done. So far, we're making some progress on this. Let's do a file, save as, put this on the desktop. And we're going to save this one as vehicle transporter. Yes. And then I'm also going to put, I get into the habit of putting what version of Max I use for this, because I do have 2018 Max 5 and 14 as well. So just to kind of know, that way if I ever want to open it down the road there, I know exactly which one that I use. Primarily, usually what I do use is Max 14, but I have been tinkering around with 18 as well. So I always get into the habit of doing that. So I got that scene saved at least before I apply this boolean, just in case anything jacks up. Have something to fall back on. It can happen sometimes. So now what we want to do is apply a boolean to this. So we want to choose our piece, and I always get this backwards. I always get this messed up. So I got to go create compound boolean. So we got the boolean applied. So now we want to do a cut refine on this. Yep. And then we want to pick our operand B, which is going to be this part. No. Crap. So I did that wrong. I did it wrong. I did it backwards. My fault. I did that wrong. Okay, so let's go back. I did do it backwards. So when I'm cutting with, I got to choose that one separate. Alright, so I got to select this first. That's a true indication of that. So let's do compound boolean. This is why I saved the scene too, just in case it screws up. So boolean, we'll do cut refine, operand B, boom. So now we got our cut. So yeah, all I wanted to do is basically be able to, I'll go to convert this back to an editable poly. That looks pretty good. So now I got this area that I can map those tires to, as far as for that opening. And if we want to have transparency here, transparency in that area, we can do that. Okay. All right. So some of this other area that we have on here, what I was thinking, at least anyway, is I could map this design onto the texture to be able to add transparency to these particular areas, and still have that line, I guess, for this bar or undercarriage that's in here. That was the idea, at least anyway. Don't know how this will work, but that was the thought that I had anyway. Okay, so let's turn this wire off. So the other thing is, when I map this, let's see how this works. So I can, is that the texture we got in here? We go to our material. Let's go into here. View image. Yeah. Cool. So we should be able to supply another unwrap to this. Wait a minute. Oh, whoops. I did the wrong one. My bad. I meant to do an unwrap. I hate when I do that. Alright, so unwrap. There we go. Now I want to go to poly. And on this one here, I want to map this poly. Bring our texture in to that area as far as where those sets of 3 tires are. Alright. So it's already pretty much mapped here. All I got to do... Whoops. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a quick planner on that, I think. So let's do a Control Z on that. Got to segregate that out now. So let's do quick planner. That way we can move. And I've shown this before too. A lot of times if you don't do a quick planner or some type of what level mapping you want, it's still going to be attached to that, especially just as it showed there. So we want to be able to manipulate this separately. So now I can apply this to these tires, and that'll show up in that spot there with transparency. Don't know how that's going to look as far as the end model, but you know, definitely look. It's a, in theory, there it's pretty cool. All right, so we got that side. Now let's do the other side. Let's do this to the other side. That is selected, as you can see like that. So let's do the F2 toggle. Alright, and then we do this one. We do the same thing. Do a quick planner. And we'll put that in the same area. So we're still able to use some of the previous elements that we had in their texture at our disposal here. We're not completely scrapping, I guess, anything we had in there. We're able to repurpose it. So it's not necessarily a terrible thing. Now, I'm not good snapping that or anything. I could probably get really picky, I guess, with that and do that. But see, now we got those tires mapped to that same area that we had. Only it's just in a flat orientation as opposed to being 3D. Now again, like I said, I can draw this out on that part of texture where we have that mapped, and we can clearly see that. Again, I'll probably make another wire based on what we have here now with that cut, so I can better get an idea of where we want to draw that design. Okay, so let's do that. We want to go back into our edit UVW here. I'm going to go in our tools. Render UV template, 1024, render. Spit that out over here. So you can see where that's mapped for our tires, and it'll show that cutout for those there. So we'll be able to save this as a PNG, so it has transparency in it. And we'll name this as wire 2, since I already got that other wire on there. Save. Yep. Close. Close. Alright, so now we'll bring that into our texture. Open that. The desktop here, wire 2. This is our updated texture, so we'll do a copy. Put this to the top of this one. Like that. So now we can see where all that's mapped as we progress here. So now we know where the cutouts are for those and where we can put. Now, you can use these pillars, I guess, as a reference, too, I guess, as far as these pillars are on the very end. So, let's compare this to what we have in our deal here. So, this poly, that's on the other side, I think. Gosh darn it. Can't get all this in the same screen. Alright, so let's do this. Let's do an F2. Yep, that is that side. Never mind. I had the right side. There we go. So we know where that's mapped. So these kind of overlap each other, I suppose, in opposing directions. So we got from this way and then to that way. Right? So we got this side to that side. So that gives us an idea of where we can draw this design here. Okay, so this is going to be a really rough draft, I guess, as far as. Alright, so let's go to that layer. Where's that at? Yeah, it's layer 4 here. Okay, cool. So this layer. So from this way over, I want to make this little slant here. That's closer to the. That's on the pillar side. So this little pillar here, I want to make this slant, and it'll come straight, and it's just a straight deal on the other end. Okay. So that starts from here, goes to here, and then this one starts from here and goes to there. Alright. So from the pillar end, this ought to be fun. I don't want to do this. I could probably do a lasso here. Let's do this. Yeah, let's try it this way, see how this works. So from this pillar, and that layer, I'm going to go point to point. Not 100% sure how far I need to go. So this is going to be a complete guess. You kind of get the idea of what I'm trying to do here. I don't expect this to look very good. Alright, now what I'll do on this, I'm going to do a selection, invert, and see if I can chunk that out. Ah, crap, that's not kind of what I didn't want. That's what I want left, but I don't want to take the rest of that out. Son of a biscuit. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a copy. Paste that as a new image. I could probably work with that. I think I can work with that. Let's see, what would happen if you used Boolean to cut out the sections? Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's going to be way too much. That's going to create too many polys that I don't want. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just adjust and make that design in the texture itself. I can already picture that as far as like if I were to put Boolean in there, I guess to make that design. No, that's going to look ugly. It'd be much better, I guess, just to use the texture to make that. Otherwise, you're going to be right back where you started, as having way too many polys in it. More polys than you need to have. So I think what I'll do here is I'm going to do an edit paste as new layer. Okay, and I can use this as a template. Is that above that? Yes. Crap. Alright, let's delete that for a second. Got a little ahead of myself. So what I'm hoping to be able to do here is I'm going to use this as a mold of sorts. Line that up that way, and then I'm going to recolor this. Let's say to something that stands out. Let's try red. Like that. So that'll create me a mold here to be able to chunk out what I need to on that. And I'll have to do it the other way as far as going this way. I wonder how that's going to... So I'll need to go this way into that one up to this point. Okay. That might work out, actually. That might actually work out. Okay. Alright, so now what I need to do is take this layer, copy that. Actually, no, I can do it right from here. Take that back. Let's, image, here. I'm going to go this direction, yes. Copy that. Edit paste this as another new layer. Like that. Paste this new selection. Now I want to go from this direction. I should be able to do the same thing I did with the other layer. Again, in theory. Oh, I see what it did. Okay. So if I line it up that way, that should be pretty good. Cool. Now color this one something else contrasting. Let's do this color. Like that. Cool. So now I got Alright, so what I'm left with is that didn't work like I was hoping. I was hoping to get that whole thing there. Crap. Alright, hold on. The idea in my head, I know what I want to do, but it's like, what I was hoping to have left, there's both halves here. Okay, I know what I need to do. I need to chunk out. Yeah, I know what I need to do. So let's chunk out this part and this layer. Yeah, I think this will work. Okay, now if I turn this layer back on, that's what I want. So now I'll be able to chunk out from this layer this way over. Like that. So that's what I want to be left with. So that's basically going to give me that angle and then that going over. Yeah. So now what I want to do, this is a lot of work. Let's see, let's turn this wire off. I want to combine. Let's close some of these layers up here. I want to combine these two layers. Yes. Just do layers, merge, visible. Bring all the rest of that back again. Nope, I guess I can keep the wire out. So this is what I'm going to be left with. So now what I can do in this merged layer is I could probably just fill that in with magenta, and that'll give me that shape. I think that's what I'll do. Let's copy that. Just like that, so it gives me that shape. So all that magenta. So now let's check and see what this looks like now. Just for giggles. Let's do layers, merge all, flatten, file, save as bitmap. Yes, and now we want to open that up in Limit 2. Yeah, so basically that's what I had to do. I had to piece out from both those layers, the red and the blue. As far as it, I had to cut the 1/2 off so I can get that full. Yeah. It just wasn't computing in my brain. So I want to open up this one here, right? Yep. So we want to open with WinMap 2. And we want to open up that one. Yep. Now, the fact that I got all this remnant in here, I'm not worried about that right now. I can always clean that out. I just want to see, as far as concept, how this will work. Proof of concept. File, save as, transporter. Yes. Cool. So we close that out, and that should load up in Max. Ta-da! Okay, so I think we got it. So we gotta, let's update it in here. Cool. Alright, let's minimize that. So now we should be able to see our result here. It's not quite what I was going for. Let me hide that undercarriage. Whoops, dang it. Yeah. So not quite what I was going for, but I think I might have to adjust the mapping to it. But you kind of get the idea of what I was going for. So anything that's magenta would be masked out, you know. So that's like, so I'll just have, this is the only thing that'll show is that right there. All right, so I think I can adjust some mapping on this. How does the other side look? Yep. So it does have that angle. Like, this is exactly the orientation I was hoping for, just not quite where I need it to be. So I can probably adjust that in the mapping here. Let's see here. Let's do this. I'll go to poly, go this, that. Okay, let's see if I can get this all in here. And let's turn that off. We can watch and see how this adjusts on here. Okay, so I see what it's doing now. So I could have necessarily just took it all the way to the pillar if I wanted to. So I could fill this in here, and that would fill in that gap between the pillar. Yeah, so I'll probably do that on the texture. So instead of adjusting that, I'm going to fill this in. And then I can really fine-tune, I guess, as far as how this this looks on here, yeah. Alright, so let's do that. So let's go back to our texture. Make some more refinements. Let's turn that one on. Okay. And that's going to be this layer. Yep. I want to choose this color. Okay. We're just going to extend this out here. Whoops. Let's make it halfway decent here. Oh man. Got that line a little too thicker than I wanted. There we go. I clean that up a little bit. We can probably chunk out some of this wonkiness, I guess, in the angle here, if we wanted to. But yeah, just kind of extend that out to the all the way to the pillar, like that. I got a really thick line on this thing here. I can probably adjust that. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, so then we got that. Let's see if we can fill this in. There we go. Now, let's clean this up here so some of this wonkiness, chunkiness here. Let's do some lasso selection here. Just to kind of round this off a little bit. It's not quite so chunky. Oh, okay, so we'll have to refill that in. Okay, no problem. Forgot I put that magenta in that layer. So let's just do it this way then. Just kind of refine that a little bit. Yeah. Whoa, crap. Wrong color. Okay. Yeah, I can use magenta lines too. You definitely can do that. You're not wrong. I was just trying to really just kind of fine tune it. I didn't want to go nuts with it. Just to kind of take this pointiness out of it, like so. You know, like that. Yeah. Something like that. By doing this too, it should take away some of that any potential anti-aliasing as far as that bleed that we usually see. you can see the problem that arises, I guess, when you do the lines like that. It's not as refined as if I use a brush. Something like that. Let's see. I don't really like how that turned out. I mean, I'm getting real picky with this right now, and I don't need to be. So I want to refine that a little bit. So we got that design there. Okay, so let's turn the wire off. See how we look that way. So let's go layers, merge, flaton, file, save as, bitmap. Yes, I'm going to save over that. Let's zoom out of this. Choose that texture. Whoops, that's the only other one we saved. Cool. Need this one, right? Yeah. Open this. I got too many variations, I guess, of that same texture. So the other one I don't want is down here, and I don't want this one down here. So I just want to. These are the ones that we're working with. It's got transporter. All right. So open with limit 2. Open that. Okay. Oh yeah, we got that a lot more refined there. TGA. Pick that swath. File, save as. TGA. Cobains. Alright, there's our new texture, and that should be applied in Max. So we'll update it here. There's the new one. And that should also up there. So now we're all the way to that pillar there. You can see it kind of screwed up here, so we might have to see what's going on with that end. I'm gonna have to map that a little bit differently, but yeah, now we've got that. Now we can just put like the posts coming down here from the bed, as far as to support that bar coming down. I mean, it's not a pretty line. I mean, it can still probably be refined a little bit better. I don't deny that, but not a bad start. Not a bad start. So we got these, yeah, this part here, we need to fix that. Huh. I'm just trying to figure out what is it picking up here. Let me see where that's mapped. Where is it picking that up? F2. So that is... Okay. There. Okay, that's actually where the pillar's at. Okay, hold on. Well, that's going against what I just... Huh? No, the pillars should be right there. Are my eyes deceiving me, or is that taking away... The heck? Hold on. Am I seeing a line right here? That's what's screwing me up here. Okay, that's just the bounding box for that poly. Never mind. So that one right there, that was really screwing with me. That's right on top of that. Okay. Okay. I was looking at that wrong, obviously. So I can map this to... I was thinking that little piece there was this pillar. This is mapped somewhere else. So that's just mapped. Whoops. Oh. That's mapped right there. That's not even... Okay, that's weird, but okay. That's mapped in a different area anyway. That's what was throwing me off. So I need to map this to... Gosh darn it, keep opening the wrong freaking one. Okay. Dang it. Now I just gotta figure out how I want to do that. This is gonna be its own poly, right? We want that to be its own box. So what I might try and do is put... Yeah, I got a better idea for this. Yeah, that's not what I was thinking of. What I was thinking of is I can put, in this part of the texture, I can put one part of it, I guess, to be in... Yeah, I can flip it on the other side and then use the other half of this for that smaller part there, yeah. Yeah, so I should be able to do that in theory. Question is how I want to go about this. I need to back this up to here, okay. Yeah, so I had that, I was thinking of that totally different. So the other thing I can do, I'm only using this part of this part. I could just keep this all for that one half, and then I can put that little section there over on this other half of this part. So I'm not using any of that either over here. So I can keep all of this up here just for that longer piece of poly there on the one side of the wheels. So for this part here, I'll put that up in here and then create another piece over here for this over here. Because that's going to be its own thing. It's going to have just a straight, just like a U shape for that, right? I think that'll work better. Yep. And then on this end here, I'll be able to put a vertical on here, so that's supporting there. All these verticals, I guess, on that too. Okay. So I think I got a game plan now. All right, now I just want to figure out how I want to do this here. Shut button. I need to make a copy of this here. Alright, I'll be able to take out some of this nonsense here. You can see how I painted, that's funny. Not quite what I was going for, but that's okay. Let's cut that out. Yeah, so let's do an edit copy. I think I should be able to put this. Yeah. Edit paste as a new selection. Let's do this. Crap, I didn't leave myself enough room here. Dang it, I need more workspace. Yeah, so I want to bring this down here. And I can adjust it from here. So I don't want that over here. I want to maintain that it's just dark there. Don't need the transparency in there, so let's chunk out from this point. Yep, I want to leave that like so. Now that's going to give me that same height that I got from that bottom edge. So I'll be able to map those little slivers here over on this side. Okay. Alright, let's chunk a little bit more out of this here. I don't need the angle there, that's for sure. Let's do this. There. That gives me an idea. So I'll be able to make a box shape come across here. let's do the magenta lines. Freaking zoom in. Let's see, I think I want to do... Hold on. Better idea. Let's do this. I'm going to create this U shape that I need here. God dang it. Stop doing that. Freaking mouse wheel. Clean that sucker out. Yeah, so I'll go straight across here. This. Not doing very good on my lines, but hopefully you get kind of the idea what I'm going for here. Trying to make that U shape. So I don't need any of this. Grief, I'm making a mess out of this. Okay. You can always reapply to this. Alright, let's do that. Straighten that up. Now I can really take out all this noise. Crap, I knew I was gonna do that. It's probably way more work than I really need to do, but kind of get the idea. So I'm trying to create that U shape, so I don't need any of this anymore. This is all in its the same layers I'd made that shape up above, so whoops. Undo, thank you. Okay, I can just do some cleanup here. So I'm going to end up mapping that small little section here in this little U shape here. That's basically what that's going to do. That is the idea. Making an absolute mess out of this, but so you don't need that. Chunk all this out. That one doesn't even matter. I'm just separating that from this U here is all. Okay. So now close that. Layers, merge all, flatten, file, save as, bitmap. Okay, open that up in WinMap 2. Whoops, I forgot to close this one out. Crap, how do I got all these instances open? Gotta close these out. Getting to close those out. Alright, so now we'll go into our bitmap. We'll have some cleanup to do on the texture, but still we get the area that we need. So we go open with WinMap 2. Transporter, yes. Good deal. So we'll go TGA. Yes. Close that and also close limit 2. So that should be our new texture. That should spawn into Max here. We'll redo this. Cool. Alright, so now with that piece selected, zoom in on that, we'll be able to remap that to that spot. So let's do... Dang it, get that in the picture here. Quick planner. Alright, and we'll put that in that spot. So what we should be able to do is just line this up with this size, and that'll be the same size scale wise. Put it down there. Yeah, we'll have some cleanup on the texture to do for sure. That's okay. Yeah, it's okay for now. Alright, F2. So now you kind of get the idea of what I was going for there. Probably spread it across this way. Alright, let's see how we look on this side. Actually, not too bad. So now once we get the verticals, I guess, on here, I'm kind of match in there. So now we got that going around that side of the wheels. So let's put all those supports. I guess we got here. We got the one on the very end, and then we got a 2 or whatever, I guess, and support that. Cool. So that'll be. Let's undo that. Okay, how is this going to work now? So in this layer, let's see. So the end for this one here, I guess we can put. How's that going to work though? If I put one here and one there. I don't think that's gonna work. I might have to do a half and half, maybe. Yeah, let's see how this works. So if I go, let's do this. So if I put one here, so let's see how this will work here. Whoops. Alright, just want to get an idea of how that's gonna look. Freaking thing only wants to zoom when it feels like it, seems like. It's making me mad. Flatten. Yep, just got those verticals in there. Cool, so TGA. Select our swath, make sure that's in there. File, save as. Yes, please. Alright, that should spawn in. So let's update it here. Oh, actually that worked out pretty good. So it's got the 2 supports. Wasn't sure how that was going to look there. So yeah, it's got it right there and right there. That's actually not... That's better than I thought it was going to be. Cool. Now we just got to map that side. That's actually not half bad. A little bit of refinement there. We can make it look really good. Alright, so let's map this part. It's like we did the other side. Right there. Okay. So that one's right there. We're going to do a quick planner on that. Put that right in here. There we go. Really curious to see what this is going to look like in, yeah, as far as to compile this into 3DO. From that point. So we still got the ends to do here, I guess, as far as to map those properly. I think I can use that same area for this part. I can put those on there. I think that should be okay. At least in theory, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, shoot. The other thing I think of here, I will have to move this pillar. Okay. So I'll have to map this a little bit different. Yep. So what I'm going to have to do, I can already see this is an issue. Let's do this and that. We want this to be a U shape, I guess, all the way through here, right? So otherwise we don't want that pillar going all the way to the ground. Alright, so let's do this. Yeah, so it's that piece and that piece. Let's do a quick planner on that. I'm going to have to remap that. Same spot though. Okay. That's better. So now we got that there. So we'll just have to do that the same on the this end cap here. Let's remap this over here. Did not notice that, I guess, at first. So we need this piece and that piece. Okay, let's hello? There we go. Most needs to be cleaned out bad. That's become apparent. There we go. Now if we do that on the back, that should give us a better idea for that. Okay, so now we'll get this back side and map that to that same area there. So right now, currently I have that here, but I think I'm going to put that all over here. I think this will work. Ta-da! See how that's... I'm liking it. Digging it. Okay, so let's do this to the other end here. Yeah, so probably just like that other end too, I'm going to probably have to include this pillar here. So let's redo that. Not a big deal, but we can do that. Yeah, so I've got that over there. So let's do another quick planner. Okay. I did not take that into consideration, I guess, when I initially did that. We are going to do that right now, though. Alright, let's see if we can adjust that. Dang it. Get that out of the picture here. It's hard to get all this stuff in the U-port here. God dang it, you've opened the wrong one. Alright, so that's good. Whoops, I'm going back over there too far. Yeah, so on this end here too, I might have to put just a little sliver on that so that it shows that coming off. Yeah, so it's got some a hanger or whatever off the bottom of that. Yeah, that's easy to fix. Yeah. Now we need this and that. Let's do another quick planner on that. This one I might have to flip it. Yep. Or actually, no, I don't even need to do that. I just need to go like this. Yep. I need to go to this. Wait, that's not right. Oh, there we go. There we go. Marvelous. Yeah, with a little bit refining to the texture there, I think that'll turn out pretty good actually. Now if I put a little sliver, oops, I gotta get this very end on this end cap here as well. This might be a little bit different though. Okay, no problem. So let's take this. No problem. Maybe we can definitely adjust this to that. There, yep. Uh-oh. Ah, you dirty rat, you. Okay, so I might have to make a separate one for that, and that's fine because we're only using that texture. So I'll keep this over here. I'll make a shorter U to put in that spot. Yeah, so we'll keep this over here. I'll just make another smaller, shorter U, I guess, for that there. That's not a problem. So let's go into our texture. Back that up. I'm gonna adjust that in here. So we basically want to take this here. Copy that. And paste that over here. Okay, now I'll just have to adjust the size of it is all. Let's see. Can I cut this? making a shorter U. Yeah, there'll be plenty of cleanup here that we'll have to do the texture for sure, but okay, so there'll be a shorter U there. That should be good enough. So let's do layers. Then save as beat map. Yeah, I'm getting really curious to see what this is going to look like, I guess, as far as in as a model, new texture and all that stuff. I'm gonna have to run. I have something at 10 p.m. Gotta do. No problem. I will show the results, I guess, of this. I guess then too. I'll probably be ending this pretty shortly too. So to get some, starting to get hungry anyway. But yeah, you can definitely see that. I'll probably, like I said, I'll post a progress, I guess, on that as far as the final result. But you can kind of get the idea, though. I think. Let's do WinMap 2. Transporter, yes. No, yeah, that's no problem. And it's actually kind of a learning thing for me too, because it's like, you know, just being able to rearrange, I guess, a texture that's already got there. I mean, the fact that the texture's laid out pretty well, I mean, it's kind of makes it a little bit easier. Taking all the guesswork out. So let's do, and you're gonna make a TGA out of this. Select our swath and overwrite that. Yes, please. Close that. Close the window mip. Now we'll reload this into max. View update. Cool. Yep, so now we should be able to adjust this. Oh crap, I need to go the other way. I wonder if I do a new quick planner just out of curiosity. Shouldn't matter, but let's just see here. Well, that's the only thing I can hope for. It's not just a ball of hot air, I guess, as far as yeah, so my main problem here is I gotta stretch it this way in order to line that up. Crap. Okay. I wonder if I do a uniform scale, what would that do? I don't think that's going to matter either. Dadgummit. So what I'm going to have to do is probably split that poly. That's not a big deal though, really. Yeah, I'm going to have to split it so I can get that to go just in this spot. So I can do a simple cut on that. Alright. I think that's what I'll do. That's what I'm going to have to do. So otherwise I don't have enough room to be able to get that to line up and without it bleeding on that way. Okay. So we'll keep it this way for now. Let's go ahead and collapse this on route. Yeah, definitely. I'll be posting a picture, like I said there, I guess, as far as the final result. Finish this up here a little bit, and I'll post a picture of the final result I get as far as once I run it through Make 3DO and all that. With the new texture and all. Alright, so I need to cut this. What's going to be the best way to do this? Oh, I can already see I made a little bit of a boo-boo as far as lining that up. Fix that too. We'll get that. Looks like it's consistent on both sides too. Okay. Alrighty then. Let's see. So that is an editable poly. Let's see here. If I go cut and then put this on edge snap. Let's see how this will work here. I could do a swift loop too, but that would cut it like all the way through. I don't want to do that. Oh, for crying out loud, why you're not cutting? There we go. Now I can't guarantee that's straight. That's the only other problem. One way I can do that, I can check both vertices for those to see if they're the same height on the Z. Yeah, let's do that. So this one's at 0.78. I'm gonna put them at 0.75. That sounds even. Oh, what the? Why are you adjusting that? Did I put more than one vert there? Crap. What did you do here? Oh no. 7.7. Why is there two verts there? Dadgummit. Cut it on the shoot. I didn't want to do that. Okay, let me try this here. Can I delete that? Nope. Shoot. Where the heck did that vert come from anyway? I have no idea where that vert came from. Did I got one on the other side? Maybe that was from the first cut. Could be. Let me see if I can back this up here. I don't like that. Yeah, let me back this up and see if I can get that cut out of there. Is it still? Whoop! Is that still there? I think that might have, from that first cut that I did, I think it might have put that there. Nope, it's still there. How the heck did that get in there in the first place? There, now it's gone. Cool. We don't want that vert there. Okay, let's try this again. Try it again. So let's go cut. We'll go with snap. Okay, now we should only have one vert there, in theory. So if we go, let's get out of cut, go to here, see if we can set this to 7.5. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. See, I only want to mess with this poly here. I don't want to touch that one there. Perfect. So let's put this at 7.5. Cool. So now we got a straight line there, at least anyway. Marvelous. Okay, now let's fix that happening up there. Not incredibly too terrible there. So let's do unwrap. Here. Open that up. Mirror texture. Choose that poly. Alright, let's do a quick planer on that. Why in the heck is that showing crooked? That's weird. Shouldn't be. Interesting, okay. Should not to be. Alright. So we want to put... Here, let's put this off the side here real quick. I'm going to put this one. That should be that. Let's do an F2. Yep, let's do a quick planer on that. This I'm going to put on the bottom half of that. Okay. My playlist landed again? I think it did. Let me see if I can get that restarted here. This will probably be the last time anyway, so I think we're getting to that that crunch time here. I really just want to get this compiled into 3DO. That's my main goal here, so we'll get this. So if I did this right, what it should happen here is it should just fill in that poly there with shorten up as far as how far I need to stretch it out anyway. There we go. Now I need to fix this up here. This looks like crap, but yeah, that looks better. Much better. Now, actually, this looks good here. I gotta fix this up here though. Got some tweaking to do here. Yeah, so I got that going. Let's bring this I might just go ahead and extend that out on that part. That might be better. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Let's check that other side. Yeah, looks like that one's off about the same amount. This one's having to go a little bit further than... That's interesting, I don't know why. Okay. We'll just have to extend those out on those there, that's not a big deal. Other than that, that looks pretty good. Let's see if we can get this here. Not the bad. Okay. We'll go with that. Yeah, so we'll just have to extend that in the textures so we can get that all the way to the bottom of that. Back that up. And so that is just going to be a matter of extending out. Extending these out here. Oops, I guess we can go bigger than that. Oh, for crying out loud, come on. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Oh, okay. Forgot about that. So I need to do, switch this over to pink. There we go, and I'll clean this up. Really just a matter of doing a little bit of cleanup is all. At this point. Okay. That works. So we'll do. We didn't do a save on this yet, so let's go ahead and do a file. Save as. We're gonna do this as a PSD. Yep. All right. Now we'll do layers. Merge all. Flatten. Save as bitmap. Okay. Again there. So as far as when I make this into 3DO, I'm not going to script it or anything like that. I'm just going to run this solid pass through it, so it's not going to be anything. Yeah, anything that. Okay. So now I'm going to open up this one. Limit 2. Transporter. Yep, should be it. Let's go to TGA. Eventually I will have to make a MIP of this, but not to that point yet. So I want to overwrite that one. Yes. Close that, close that. Now this should load back into Max. So we'll update it here. Wait a minute, did that not? Oh, that did not update there, I don't think. What? Hold on. Did I not go high enough? Why did that not fill in? Okay, so it did on this side. For crying out loud. What in the heck? Alright, let's do an unwrap. What's going on with that? What are you doing? Oh, I had one in there already. What the frick are you doing? Delete. I already had one in there. Alright, so let's do this and this. So the one thing I guess I don't get is why am I having to offset this? Maybe I don't need to do that. Hold on. Nope, I don't. Okay. I didn't think I should have needed to. That's what the problem is, I think. But then I got this problem here. Guess I can always adjust that here on that U there too, if I needed to. Yeah, because I get that's pretty consistent on. Whoops, consistently off on both sides. This over here, that's off. Okay, hold on. Dang it! I think I can ping pong with this crap. Alright, let's do this. Yeah. Yeah, so now we can just adjust this. This ought to work. I think. I'm only a little bit off right there. That's not too bad right there. Ah, crap. Come on now. Goofy son of a gun, you. I mean, I could probably just add a little bit more extension to that, too. Yeah. I think that's what I'll do. I'll just add a little bit more extension onto that texture there. That should be good. Okay, so let's do that. Back into the texture. I'll just add a little bit more to this. Stem this right out. Whoops. Do a little straighter than that. Come on now. Alright. Cool. So let's do another file. Save this. Let's do PNG, or PSD, I'm sorry. Layers, merge, all flatten. I'll save that as bitmap. Okay, now we'll open that up. definitely see that adjusted in there, so that's cool. We are good there. Awesome. Now we'll go ahead and collapse down. Yeah. Let's go ahead and collapse down this unwrap. And now what we've got in this scene, we got some hidden stuff. So what I'll do, save the scene the way it is. Oops. With all that being done. Cool. So yeah, we'll save this scene. So we got that to fall back on. Now what I want to do is all that stuff that's hidden, I'm going to take that out of here. So we only want to keep the truck. Delete all that stuff. Now we can spit this out as a 3DS. So export to the desktop. We don't want to step on that original 3DS. I would start off with here. So that. I will name this one. Actually, I got a better idea. Let's take. What did I do with that 3DS? Oh, crap, it's over here. Let's copy that. Paste it. So now I've got a copy of that right there. Okay. Now from here I'll go ahead and make a 3DS and overwrite that other one besides the copy. So we'll do export to the desktop, 3DS, so that one right there, yes please, that's okay. Now we can get out of this. We're done in here for now. Now we can open up that 3DS that we just saved into Max 5. And get the pass file. So let's open this one up. Now in the nitty gritty. So now we're going to get this into our make 3DO directory so we can spit out a 3DO and we can actually see what that looks like. Give this a second to load. So yeah, this always barks at me for the Pappy plugins. That's what we need, those plugins. I got them in more places than they actually need to be, so that's the only reason for that. Alrighty then, so let's bring in, import that 3DS off our desktop, like so. Completely merge and do not convert the units. Okay, so we got it in our scene here. All good to go. So we didn't have anything detached. It's all one piece and all that jazz, so we're good to go on that. So we want to load our texture in our TGA. So we want to make sure it has that alpha channel to it. So we got everything on the desktop here, so we should have that one right there, and it should already have that populated in here for image alpha. That's critical, so you want to have that transparency in there. Apply it, and there it is. There's our texture applied to our model. So there's some areas that I noticed on here, and I don't know if that's, we didn't mess with the cab, but I see there's some magenta, I guess, on there too. But what we're primarily concerned with, I guess, is the actual trailer that we did all the work on. So that's our starting point here. I didn't put a little sliver. I mentioned that, and that's some more refinement to the texture. I didn't put a little sliver, I guess, as far as a hanger coming off this side. I did put one here, but I didn't put one there, so that's about the only thing I missed, I suppose. Okay. So our texture is gonna, our shape is gonna be named that. We're gonna spit this out as a pass file. Export, and we'll do this to the desktop as well. Choose our pass exporter, and then call this vehicle transporter. Good deal. And it's going to be the name of the 3DO, right? So it'll be able to spawn that into our track. We'll make a copy of our, in fact, we'll do that right now. We'll make a copy of our vehicle transporter here. And put that out here. That way when we bring our new one and put that over there, we just overwrite that. This is going to be our original. It's all original stuff here. Alright, so now we want to put that pass file here. We're going to copy, we can take this and our texture, copy that into, we got a brand new, oops, directory here. We want to go into our program files. Should be sandbox, make 3DO, spit those in there. And then eventually, like I said, I will make a MIP file once I get this compiled here first, and we'll go through this route here first. I'm going to bring up a command prompt like so, and navigate to that directory. So let's change directory, and then we want to paste, we're going to copy this, everything to the right of the drive into our command prompt like so. Nuts, what did I do wrong? Alright, so C backslash. Can I copy that wrong? Yep, I did. I had too many alright, I said it wrong. I only need it up to this point. Just copied a little too much is all. There we go. Now now we want to call up program, make 3DO, and this is going to be a raw pass, so it's just going to be -p for pass, and then the name of the pass file, which is vehicle underscore transporter dot pass. We don't have any other parameters. Spit that out. There's our 3DO, and now we should be able to open this up in 3D SimEd just to get an idea of what it looks like. And actually, it's not half bad. I mean, again, with some refinements to the texture. Looks like there's some magenta bleed into that, and that's to be expected because I think I might have had some anti-alias in there, but we can clean that up. That is not a big deal. Yeah. Okay, so we don't always 100% want to go by what it shows in 3D SimEd, but at least we got an idea of what it looks like. Okay, so now we can take this. We already copied our backup, I guess, for that in our track edit folder. Alright, so we can overwrite that. Oh wait, that is called vehicle transport. I'll be damned. Okay. Well, I'll be doggone. Alright. We can rename that though. So it is vehicle transport. So you did the texture as transporter. I'll be damned. Okay, no problem. So let's delete this one then. Okay. And we'll rename this one. I did not realize that just till now. That won't be so much of an issue as far as renaming the 3DO because the texture is still going to be the same. Right? So if we open up just to verify, that texture is still going to be the same. So we gotta go edit, find, MIP, Yep, so vehicle transporter, that's the texture. Okay. Cool. So now this should load into our sandbox, just to verify how this looks now. So that's the same file. Like that, it's just semantics, I guess, on the naming of it is all. Alright, so let's go ahead and load this up in sandbox. And I'm going to load this by our very original PTF here. All those PTFs that I did for those testings there, I don't really need those anymore, but that's already been proven, I guess, as far as what needs to happen with the track. So, wait a minute, did I have 2 versions of this open? I do. What? Whoopsie. Guess one of these I can close. Yeah, so this is the, we'll go with this one here. This is the original PTF, so that should load that. I obviously didn't have any errors, I guess, with loading that PTF, so that should load our new model. Well, we got to redo, you know what, something I forgot. I do have to make that new MIP. Forgot about that. So it's not going to show on there correctly because we rearranged some of the items on there, so yeah, we got to redo that. So let's close that out. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's go into WinMap 2 here. I didn't close that out again. So that one's going to be transporter. For the texture, open that. That's our new texture. MIP. And just spit that out as a new texture. Now again, what I want to do is take a copy of this MIP. Yeah, so this one here, I want to copy this out. Save that original. So we have that. So we got this original 3DO and that original texture. Oh crap. What did I do? Oh, that's my new texture, my bad. I meant to cut that and put that in there. Ah, for crying out loud. Forgot I spit that out here. So let me rename this here real quick. We'll do this as new, just for the time being. So that I can cut out. Darn it. Got too much on the desktop, so let's cut this out as our original. Paste that. Now this is all of our original stuff. Between that texture and so on, this is our new one. Cut this, paste this into our track edit folder, and then rename that. Take that new off. Like so. So now, again, we can load this up in here, and that should load that with that new texture. Awesome. So we don't see that bleed in there like we did with the TGA applied to it, so that's good. But again, we want to see what it looks like in the track. Alright. So let's go ahead and load that PTF up again. Original one here. So we didn't get any errors, that's good. It's always a good sign. So here is our new model, their new texture applied to it. Now, maybe with some back facing, we can probably apply some back facing to it, where we have a little bit of a gap in here. We can probably make that gap a little bit bigger if we wanted to on the flat bed there. I think it's got that. Yep, it does have a gap in there. It's not a very big one, but we can probably make it a little bit bigger if we wanted. Cool. But yeah, that's here. Let me slow this down a little bit. There we go. Let's go up to one of these here. See what this looks like. Yeah, so the fact that I didn't put that little sliver in the corner there, obviously that needs to be some adjustment here. But yeah, not bad. So the other thing I did not do, and I can do that really quick too, as far as to see what the difference between what we started off with and what we ended up with overall polys and such. So I can probably do that. Let me see, let me get a picture of one of these. Let's see if I can line this up a little bit. It's actually not half bad. A little bit of refinements. I might have to take a couple different pictures here, different angles here. So let's do that. Let's take a snippet here. Do that one. Definitely could use some refinements for sure, but it's not entirely that terrible. Let's go from this side. That's good. Let's do a snippet on that. Cool. Alright, and then I think that's the last thing I will do is just to show the differences in how many vertices we started with and what we end up with in this version here. So I'll save those for now. Yeah, so I was going to close this out. Now we got that confirmed. That works. So yeah, like all those PTFs, I'll have to do some cleanup in here, but that's not too much of a big deal. So let's take a look at the differences of what we had. So we got the original 3DS, which is this one right here. Before we did any changes, this is our new one. So we'll open up our new scene and then bring in this original 3DS that we had to start off with, and we can compare how many vertices we had started off with and how many we have now. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up. We'll do this in max 14 here. We'll get this to load up here, and this will be where I'll finish it up. I think it's been very insightful, I guess, as far as like there's a little bit of work, a little bit more work than wanted to, but sometimes that's what happens, I guess, to trying to better, I guess, the overall quality and the optimization, I guess, of these things. So let's open up that scene. All this stuff is under desktop. So let's open up this scene. That's what we had to start off with here. That was before we spit out our new 3DS to make our pass file and the version there. But now I'll go ahead and import that original 3DS that we had to start off with. So this one here, we want to merge this and not convert it. That should load in. That's okay. So yeah, this should load in just like that. So now we can compare how many verts did we have in this model. This is our original model, and I'll leave the texture off, I guess, just for clarity, for comparison. So the number of polys we have in this version, in fact, I'm going to convert this to an editable poly just to have a fair comparison. So polygon, and let's put the F2 on so we can see how those are selected. Let's make sure we get all of them selected. Okay, so in this original model, before we did anything, we have 864 polys. Okay. And in our new model, that's this one here with the texture on it. Let's select all those polys. Should be less. That's what we want. And in some cases, probably a lot less. Okay, so this is our new model. So let's make sure I got all of it. So our new model has 318. So definite reduction, I guess, in the number of polys for that. So it's 316 on our new model, and then our original model had, what did I say, 438. So that's a definite reduction there. And also the fact that we're applying this to our track, I guess, in multiplicity, that'll make somewhat of an impact. I mean, it doesn't seem like much, but it's a little bit. So let's go to this one here again. I think it was 438, so 316 is on the new one. I'm just kind of curious here again. 864, my bad. I thought it was more than that. I just wanted to make sure. So 864 down to 316. Okay, so that's a huge reduction when you think about that. We're talking over 500 polys that we took out of there. That's pretty significant. So I think what I will do, I'll take a little snippet of this here. But yeah, that's pretty significant. I'd say that's definitely worth the effort, I guess, to try and get that step down, I guess, as far as from 864 down to 316. That's over 500 polys. That's pretty significant reason enough, I guess, to do that. So this has been a pretty long stream, and I guess, but that does kind of show putting forth the effort, I guess, to optimize a model in this fashion is definitely, and if we do that to the other models that necessarily can be toned down throughout the track, that's going to leave room, I guess, to be able to add other items like those team haulers, for example. So I do hope, I guess, this was insightful for most people. I know it was a lot to go over. It was a lot to cover. It was a lot of work as well, but definitely well worth the effort, I guess, to do that, as I said. So appreciate everybody sticking around, hanging out with me, I guess, as far as to work through this model, I guess, for just this one singular model, I guess, for this overall track build of Torch, of his Dover build for 2019, the 50th anniversary version. Y'all have been fantastic. I hope I'm gonna get off here and get some food, that's for sure. I'm getting hungry. I need another bio break. May start to get a little bit cranky, so again, appreciate y'all. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend. I will see you all again no later than Wednesday, starting for Wreckfest Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on the channel to get the notifications when the stream goes live. I'll put also the socials out there. We had a lot of interaction in here today as well, I guess, with the slots. There was a lot of fluids that were made, I guess, as far as between at least Torch, James, and Chavez and everything for the most part. But yeah, that was super fun. Again, I will see you all again really soon. Feel free to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. You guys are great. Bye for now.